Oh, okay. I think we're broadcasting.
Yes, we are.
Yay!
Yay! Oh my God.
Hey guys, if anyone's watching this, I'm sorry if we kept you waiting. That was entirely my fault. I had no idea how to add a second person to the live since YouTube has overhauled their live streaming system. But yeah, now we're on StreamYard and it's super easy to use. So now I know going forward to just go on StreamYard from now on.
My God, we spent 20 minutes trying to figure this out.
More than 20 minutes because I went on at like 7:45 to open stuff.
God.
Honestly, I think we've like taken longer with me trying to troubleshoot stuff. But welcome to our stream. Today we're going to be talking about Crystal K's upcoming cover album, followed by Wikari Hikaru's live tour. Long overdue. Again, it's my fault. Laughter in the Dark. So everyone, please welcome my good friend Matthew back to the Hikkipedia channel. Welcome, Matthew. It's so good to talk to you and see another human being.
I know. We were talking while we were trying to figure this out, and this is actually the first time that either of us have seen each other since we filmed down in Toronto about 2 years ago, before COVID hit, and that was one of the funnest videos I've ever filmed, like ever.
Yeah, it was so great to meet. It was so great to meet you in person. We have so much in common.
Oh, absolutely, and we'll have to do it again whenever we can.
Whenever I can get vaccinated.
Yeah.
Hi, Tammy in the chat.
Thank you can we coming. See the chat? I can't.
Oh, you can't see it? I can see it. Maybe if you go to the.
Oh, I see. Oh, I was in private chat with you, so it wasn't showing up. And then there's comments on the other tab. Okay.
Yes.
Got it figured out.
Perfect.
Hi, Tammy.
So before we start, actually, I just want to shout out one thing. Just plug one thing. So coming up on I believe it's the 24th Japan time. So it'll be out here. No, it'll be out here earlier. Yeah. So it'll still be the 23rd, I think, when this comes out. But I recorded an episode of a podcast called I'm So Popular. So please go subscribe to that on Spotify because that episode will be coming out on the 24th Japan time. And I could not be more excited for you guys to hear it. Me and the host, Zach, are discussing Wikari Hikaru's Hatsukoi and Ayumi Hamasaki in the episode, and it was the funnest thing ever to record, so I'm really, really looking forward to it. So that's I'm So Popular on Spotify.
I cannot wait to listen to that episode, for sure.
I'm so excited.
I know. That's so exciting. I'm so proud of you.
Oh my God, thanks. It's a really good podcast too if you want to check it out. So there's a lot of discussion about other pop figures and other musical artists and movie reviews. And personally, I really enjoyed the episode about Twilight. So yeah.
Twilight is giving me all sorts of nightmare flashbacks. Oh God.
Well, did you ever read it? Were you ever into Twilight?
I never read it. My sister did. All 4 books, and then we went and saw all 4 movies the day that they opened.
Oh wow!
In theaters.
She was a big fan.
Yeah, she was a really big fan. I remember her she was reading New Moon at the time, and she was like, came into the kitchen and she was crying, and I'm like, "Are you okay?" and she slammed New Moon down on the kitchen counter, and she's like, he broke her heart, and that was all she said. I remember that vividly, like over, that's probably, what, 10, 11 years now?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think more than that.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's very exciting that you're on the podcast, and I'm so proud of you. I cannot wait to listen or watch whatever format that's in on Spotify.
Yeah, it's just an audio format.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, so shall we get started? Matthew, you are the #1 Crystal K fan.
On YouTube, yes. I have a...
On the planet!
on the planet, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Crystal's music really came into my life at a time when I desperately needed it, like desperately.
Mm,
And it was one of those things that uh, I just I'm getting emotional.
it's
Oh
okay.
God, I promised myself I was gonna try not to cry or squeal, and I was gonna try and be a little bit more composed. But her music really did come into my life at a really difficult time, and it just felt like no matter what song she was singing, I felt like she was singing it to me. For
Hmm.
example, the first Crystal K song I ever heard was Motherland.
Me too.
Uh, yeah, and when she s- goes into that chorus, that "Watashi wa kimi ni tate no," like that.
Hmm.
Sorry if my voice isn't great, by the way, guys. I am not a singer, and I'm hearing impaired, so I have difficulties with like pitch and volume and whatever. But
You
anyway,
did fine.
oh, thank you. But when she went into that part, I just remember absolutely losing it. I was full on just sobbing my eyes out
Mm,
because for those of you who don't know, that translates to "I want to be the sky for you."
hmm.
And in that time in my life, I needed that so badly. It felt like a warm hug.
Oh,
And just yeah, so that was the start, but her music is so much more than just that one song. And she's just generally amazing and so talented and so beautiful and such a
hmm.
sweet, lovely, funny human being. Like, oh my God, I
Her
love her.
TikTok is so funny.
I know. I don't have TikTok myself, but the snippets that she posts on like Twitter and Instagram, oh my God, she had a sense of humor. Who knew? Like, who knew?
Yeah.
It's so funny. But yeah, she means a lot to me. Her music means a lot to me. I'm so excited. I know we've been like looking for a way to include Crystal in a live stream, so to finally be able to talk about her new upcoming album and
Hmm.
her career and everything is it's so exciting to me. I've literally spent like the majority of the day just vibrating with excitement.
So, what's the upcoming album all about?
It is a cover album called I Sing. It will feature 13 tracks, and it actually drops 2 months from today, which I was telling you last night, and that's just kind of coincidental how that worked out. But
Yeah, we didn't even
I'm
plan
really,
it.
really excited. You sent me the affiliate link, and I'm assuming that's going to be in the description section down below at some point.
Yeah, I can add that after this goes up on YouTube.
Yeah, you'll put that in there. But yeah, I've already pre-ordered, and oh my God, it's been 3 years since For You. Oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
So we've already had like kind of an extended discussion about it in our DMs, but we did kind of go off about the track list because that did come out recently.
And that was actually featured. I do want to shout out the Random J-Pop blog. That's where I found the article listing the track list, and so shout out to Jay for keeping us all informed on all of our uh, yeah, on
Uh,
all of our J-pop favorites. So
yeah, I love his blog. He's so
yeah.
shady.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I will pull up my notes from that. So she's released 2 singles so far off of her cover album.
Three.
Three.
Sangatsu Kokonoka. I think I'm saying that right. If not, I apologize. But I
Mm-hmm.
often get the last like syllable of that wrong. whenever I try to say it, but
No, I think you got it.
she released Sengatsu Koko no Ra,
Noka.
which was yeah, see March, which is translates to March 9th,
Hmm.
and that was released around that time in Japan because of the graduation period in Japan is actually in March, which I
Yeah.
didn't know, so that was interesting for me to kind of find out. And then she released what was it, Utatai no Ballad,
Okay.
which was that like really pretty atmospheric, it's a gorgeous song. uh and then she released I Love, which is like the Christmas wintry ballad that she did. So they've been free, and like I said, there's 13 tracks, so 10 of these songs we will have not heard before at all,
Hmm.
which is really exciting. I like I love when
There's a
an
lot of new
album
material.
is full of new material,
Hmm.
exactly. And because I cannot count the number of times when it, especially in J-pop, the artists will have like 5 or 6 singles or promotional songs for the album, and then just all the new stuff either at the top or on the bottom. And actually, I think Crystal's For You album is a pretty good example of that, because
Hmm.
all of the new songs were on the top half of that album,
Hmm.
and then all of the singles and the B-sides for each of the singles were on the latter half of the album. And it's like, okay, we've recorded this bunch of new material. She sounds great, but what are we going to do with the singles? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I love that this is going to be mostly new material. I'm so excited.
Yeah. So, Uta Utai no Ballad was the one I don't think I've heard. Is that up on Spotify?
Yep. Hmm.
Oh, I don't
That
know
that
how
is
I
up.
missed that.
That's up on Spotify. That's on YouTube. She did a music video for it.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm
Sorry.
surprised you. I'm surprised you you missed that.
I thought I did my homework. I don't know.
It's okay.
um, so we admittedly had like pretty high hopes for who would get featured on that or who she would cover for this album. You know, like we wanted all our faves for her to cover and
We were so wrong. Oh my god. We were so wrong.
yeah. So
And I had actually read, sorry, a Billboard Japan article. I Google translated this thing, and she had said that the cover album was going to be weighted pretty heavily towards covers by men. However, I did not think that that meant literally 95% of the songs were going to be by male artists or male groups. So
mhm,
that was a little bit surprising, and I'm like, oh, the possibilities.
mhm.
Why?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just gonna bring up too. That she said she was gonna do all men. We're like, no.
I think your exact words to me when I sent you the link to the blog post were, "It's all men. Why?"
Yeah. We both kind of traditionally really like a female soloist, so we were really hoping for some the Tari Hikaru covers, Kodokumi, and you
Namiya
said,
Yamuro for
yeah,
sure.
Namie and Angela Aki.
Oh yeah. We were hoping for some Western stuff too. I know you mentioned Celine Dion,
Hmm.
Whitney Houston,
Hmm.
Michael Jackson, who is a big inspiration for her.
Yeah.
Huge, huge inspiration for her. And it just didn't happen. I'm like, I went through that track list, and I'm like, other than the free songs that we've already heard, I have
Hmm.
no idea what any of these songs sound like originally. Like, period.
Oh, so you've
Completely
never heard
blind.
You've never heard the original Sangatsu Kokonoka?
No, no.
Wow.
I've never heard that. There was I think there was a song by Ken Hirai on there.
Hmm.
Hitomi wo Toshite. I might know that one.
Oh, really?
I might. I don't know. I don't listen to a lot of Ken Hirai. He's not my thing.
Hmm.
But I might have heard that one, and that's about all. Like I have not heard the original Sangatsu uh, Kokokora, or I've not heard the original Utai Utai no Ballad, or the original I Love, or nothing.
Wow.
And I'm just like, okay, she's going to own each and every one of these songs, sing them better than the original, because that's what Crystal K does with covers over her career.
Hmm.
But yeah, it would have been nice to have one or two that I knew already, and I'm like, yes, I love that song.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend checking out Sangatsu Kokonoka, originally by Remy Oromen.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you got a gift one time of like albums. I think it was from Charlie,
Yeah, I
and
got
there
one
was
of
a
their
Remy
albums.
Oro album in there.
Hmm.
Uh, is that song on there, or is it just a
No,
song that you heard over the years?
it's a more recent song. Um,
Okay,
but I seriously have cried my eyes out to this song so many times.
really?
Yes.
Okay.
It's such a powerful song. It's really, really emotional, and but it's also like kind of
Nostalgic.
simplistic. Yeah, yeah. Um,
I got that right away because, and especially after I learned what the song was actually about, being a graduation song, that makes sense.
mhm.
But right from, those first couple notes in Crystal's cover, I'm just like, this is going to be nostalgic and atmospheric and amazing, and I am so here for it.
Yeah, I actually had another cover of it on my top songs of 2020 playlist. I believe the artist is Mako, Maco. Um,
Oh, I've heard of her. Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes. She did a
they're
song with M-Flow for their Future is Wow album, I think,
oh, really?
back in 2014. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
But the Remy Oromen one is a little more powerful. Like they're more of like a rock ballad band,
I see.
but
Okay.
the singer has like a really emotional, um, like powerful belting voice.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Mako cover is more a little bit more stripped down, like guitar, acoustic guitar, and like more gentle vocals.
Mm-hmm.
And then Crystal kind of found like the in between
Yeah.
spot.
Mm-hmm. I, I can definitely picture that in my mind right now, how those each of those would sound.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely would recommend checking it out. I think you'll like it, the original as well. And then I love the song I love. I I
Say
enjoyed
that
her.
5 times fast.
Yeah, I liked her cover of it. That was one of the songs that I've never heard the original for.
Yeah. And what I did find out about that, even though I have not listened to the original yet, I'm kind of waiting to listen to all the originals until
Hmm.
I actually get the album, and then that way I can compare for my review, which will
Hmm.
be coming at some point. I promise, I promise, I promise. I'm not never gonna cover anything that Crystal does. Like seriously, there's no way I would not review it.
Yeah. So are you gonna do a video review?
Hopefully, like I said to you earlier, my technology has failed me over and over for the last 6 months. So if I can get it to cooperate, I definitely will. I definitely will be
Okay.
doing a video review or a reaction or something
Okay. That would be
for
great.
sure. But what I did find out about I Love was that it's originally a very kind of like up tempo song, right?
Mm,
By official Hige Dandism, I think is how you say it, right?
sure.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
And Crystal has kind of transformed it into a Nando demo white light kind of Christmas ballad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that she mentioned in the Billboard Japan interview, is that she felt like she had a little bit more freedom with the songs by male artists to kind of put her own stamp on them. And that's one of the examples, because to go from like up tempo song to winter Christmas ballad is quite a drastic little departure. But Crystal
Right.
always does such beautiful ballads. She's not known for them really, but
Mm-hmm.
my God, if every time I listen to a Crystal K ballad, it's literally heaven.
I know, I love her ballads. Like her voice is just so perfect for doing a beautiful, powerful, or sad ballad.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at songs like Kiss and Tears and Motherland and songs like that. Like, oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
so good.
So looking at the other artists on here, I recognized almost all of them, but again, I don't really know their songs. For some reason, One More Time, One More Chance is jumping out at me that I might know the song, and I like getting this feeling that it's a really famous song in Japan
Hmm.
by Masayoshi Yamazaki.
Okay,
Um,
never
Also, I
heard of
found,
him.
yeah,
Never heard
I
of him.
I thought it was interesting that porno graffiti is on here.
I know, especially because if there are any FMA fans in the chat right now, porno graffiti. I feel just dirty saying that, but it's the band name. I promise. I'm
Yeah.
not trying to say that for the sake of being obscene. Uh, but they did the first opening theme for Full Metal Alchemist, which Crystal was
Mhm.
also a part of
Yeah.
with Motherland. So I thought that was a very interesting parallel, a little kind of a throwback to 2003, 2004.
Yeah. So long ago.
Yeah.
Um, and Suki by Dreams Come True. I
Dreams
may
Come
have,
True, I definitely I've heard of them. I haven't really
yeah,
listened to them, but I definitely know who they are.
yeah.
They
Like
were
I,
they were pretty
sorry.
big back in the day. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I may have listened to it because I've kind of like hopped around in their songs and listened to them here and there.
Yeah.
But the rest of the songs I don't recognize, even though I recognize most of the artists, like you said, Ken Hirai, Radwimps, Kazuyo.
Radwimps Radwimps is interesting too, because they did the theme music for Your Name, directed by Makoto Shinkai, which,
Oh, okay.
oh my God, that film is amazing. Have you seen it?
No, I still haven't seen it.
Oh my, what are you
I
doing?
know, I'm such a loser.
It's so good. It is so good. So they did the theme music for that, and Crystal has always done like really good anime songs. Like I said, Motherland, or Konani Chikakude,
Hmm.
or One, which was for a Pokemon movie.
Hmm.
Like she's always done really good anime songs, so that's going to be interesting to me to hear
Yeah.
that. And then a little tidbit about the Ken Hirai thing. I actually remember talking to you about this in a DM, but
Hmm.
Crystal K back in 2001 did backing vocals for one of Ken Hirai's songs when she was just like starting out like the early 2000s. So
Oh, so
she
they
did a
must be
song.
friends or
I think the
something.
song's called Le Mont. It's on his album Gaining Through Losing or something.
Oh yeah.
I listened to the song once.
Hmm.
Hated Ken Hirai's voice. Crystal K is the background singer, and she sings about 100 times better than he ever could.
Yeah, she sings him under the table, basically.
Which, to be fair, any duet she ever does, she's capable of doing that. So,
I know she needs to stop featuring like other vocalists and.
and the other interesting one that stuck out to me when I looked at the track list too was the Exile cover.
Mm-hmm.
because I know that Crystal is under the same management label as Exile. And speaking of singing her duet partners under the table, Ryuji Imaichi on the
Yeah.
Shine album, very special. Oh my god.
He ruined that recording.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm like,
Every time I listen to it, I'm like, I love Crystal's part in it. If she was alone on the song, I would love it.
I know. I feel the same way. Absolutely.
Um,
So those are all the songs that I'm probably going to be most interested to hear. And then, like you said, I recognize most of the artists, even though I
mhm.
haven't really listened to their stuff. So that's very comforting, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of Crystal's interpretations. So
Yeah, definitely, it's great to have a new release from Crystal, even if it wasn't the track list we were hoping for.
I know.
Looking forward to hearing it anyway.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I want to touch on, in case no one knows, this was a huge, big thing on J-pop Twitter. I personally was freaking out, but Crystal K's entire discography is on Spotify.
Yes.
Oh my god, I never thought it would happen. Crystal said she was working on it, but it's got to the point where I'm like, oh Lord, are we ever really gonna get this? Or are they just gonna keep her in limbo for the next God knows how many years?
Hmm.
But then you sent me a link to her Spotify page with just a couple of singles on it, and then literally the day after that, the entire discography dropped. And
Hmm.
when I tell you that my knees buckled and I fell to the ground and I was screaming and squealing and crying, oh my god! Like finally, I
Yeah.
think the first song I ever like put on Spotify, I immediately went to see if they had Motherland, and I
Yeah.
listened to that, and I just bawled my eyes out. And then I started listening to a lot of her older songs too, from like her first, second, and third albums. Because even though I own those albums, just being able to put headphones on and belt those out was amazing. And
Yeah.
there are a lot of really fantastic songs on her earlier albums. So
Hmm.
yeah, that it was so special. I was so excited.
Yeah, that was a long time coming.
Yeah. And the other thing that I was thinking of too is if like for Crystal K fans, we've actually gotten a majority of the stuff that we've wanted from Crystal over her career. We wanted her to do a cover album at some point. She's doing it. It drops
Hmm.
in 2 months. I DHL'd that shipment from CD Japan so fast you have no idea. And then we wanted her entire discography on Spotify.
Hmm.
Took a while. Didn't know if it was ever going to happen. It finally did. I think the only thing left that we are still waiting for is that English language internationally distributed album.
Hmm.
And I know that she recorded a ton of music in New York when she lived there for like a year. Don't know if we're ever going to hear that, but it's definitely more than enough to make a decent album out of. So hopefully at some point we'll hear something. But
Yeah,
I'm not holding my breath.
I know because it's been so long since then, and I remember when she dropped those couple English songs, I was so pumped for her to release like a full English album.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
but
But then again, those songs had some issues. Like Busy Doing Nothing.
hmm.
That dropped on Valentine's Day 2014. It was 7 years ago. What in the world?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Like that dropped on Valentine's Day 2014, and I remember being so excited. I was telling literally everyone at school because I was still in high school back then.
Mm-hmm.
About, oh my god, Crystal K is dropping new music, my favorite artist. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's gonna be in English too, so I can actually like sing along and not have to look at a lyric translation and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then she drops Busy Doing Nothing. And aside from that slick looking video, which is awesome, she looks like she was having so much fun filming that. And
Mm-hmm.
those runs at the end, I'm like, girl, what are you doing?
I haven't listened to it in so long.
And then the real, oh god, I don't know how I'm gonna get through talking about this next song. Rule Your World, which
Oh
for
yeah.
so many reasons was, oh god.
That was the one where she did a really low budget music video for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was
Yeah.
the one where she was like prancing around in lingerie and in the black and white photography and
Mm-hmm.
with the love interest, and I'm just like, what on earth have they
Yeah.
done to you? But someone in the chat is saying Dum Diddy Dum wasn't bad, and on this we agree. That
Mm-hmm.
is probably the best song of the three that she released.
Yeah. I could kind of see her kind of taking off in the US with a song like that.
Yeah, and this is what really burned me about the whole thing, and what still bugs me is if she wanted to do like a proper American career, she could. She's got the connections with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis. They've done a couple of songs for her. I think it's Kira Cooney, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
and I Can't Wait, and It's a Crime, and stuff like that. Mostly on the Color Change album, they worked with her.
Okay.
So she's got that connection, and she's got a couple of other connections. She was on a Grammy-nominated album for the song Love on My Mind,
Mm-hmm.
which was released in, God, was that 2014 too, or was that later? I don't know. I can't remember. But that's a really, really great song. And so she's got those kind of Western connections. And uh, Universal is obviously a major international label. So
Mm-hmm.
my point is that if they wanted to debut her as like this international singer, why not uh, have her signed to obviously release stuff on their label in Japan, but also to a development deal in the US so
Yeah,
that she can
absolutely.
work with the people over there.
Did you
I,
hear
I've,
any?
I've I've never really understood that because from the beginning of her career, Crystal has always been marketed as this kind of international singer with these aspirations of being a global superstar, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how she was marketed when she was first signed to Sony Epic,
Yeah.
which she was for a number of years. And but I will say, to play devil's advocate for Universal, Sony could have done the exact same thing and did not, and they should have.
Mm-hmm.
God. And
So,
yeah,
sorry, I was just gonna ask if you ever heard why that recording effort kind of fizzled out, like why that English album never came out.
I have not stumbled upon a concrete answer. I've debated asking Crystal in one of her Instagram lives or something, but I'm always so scared.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always so scared to like talk to people in live and all of that.
Yeah.
Like whenever they do Instagram lives or like for different authors or musicians that I like, I always get so nervous to like actually type anything into the chat bar. So I haven't gotten around to asking. Crystal, if you see this, we love you. Maybe you have an answer for us. I don't know.
Where is the album?
Where's the album? And
uh,
someone in the chat, sorry, is saying I think she could have benefited from a high profile rap collaboration with a US artist. Politics might be an issue though. Very good point on both fronts.
mhm.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Remember, she did do a collab with Far East Movement.
With who? I'm sorry.
The Far East Movement.
Oh, right, Where the Wild Things Are.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. That's an interesting song. We're not going to go there for right now, otherwise this will run so much longer than it already will be.
Uh
But
oh.
yeah, she did do a song with them, and her rap collaborations with M-Flow over the years have been so on point.
Oh, those are some of her like fan favorite songs, I would say.
Absolutely, fan favorite, best, and she seems to have a lot of chemistry with them whenever they perform together. So so someone like that for her in the U.S. market would be really fantastic.
I feel like she could be way bigger in the US than she ever was in Japan.
Yeah, but one of the things I do want to uh, push back on is people honestly, I feel like Crystal is one of those artists that unless you're a fan of hers, you kind of forget she exists, unfortunately, which is
Mm-hmm.
really sad. And people forget that there was a period of about 7 years where this girl was dropping amazing albums left and right every single year. And they were going either gold or platinum, shifting hundreds of thousands of copies. So she wasn't ever on an a Hickey or a Namie or an IU level, but she was very solidly in that second tier, I would say, in terms of Japanese acts. And you knew that she had the talent to potentially break out into the top echelon in a very big way.
Mm-hmm.
And she still does. It's just a matter of can enough of Japan hear her and discover her where that would even be possible anymore.
Yeah, I think this is just an assumption, but I think a lot of Japanese people, just by looking at her because of her ethnicity, would automatically assume she's a foreigner and she wasn't born there. So then they might hesitate to listen to her Japanese albums or
Hmm.
kind of just give it a pass.
Yeah, I remember there's an interview, an English interview that she did on YouTube. It's posted on YouTube. It's been there for a number of years. And she was saying to the interviewer, uh, a lot of Japanese people, when they approach me, they will approach me in English because
Mm-hmm.
they don't think I can speak Japanese. So I have to tell them, it's okay, I can speak Japanese.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been an issue from the beginning. There's a couple of comments here that I do want to touch on. Vivid was another great album that did not get the recognition it deserved. Vivid is Crystal's best album, by far. By far. Absolutely agree.
I
And then
agree.
I blame marketing for people forgetting about her.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Very good points. BW is the person in the chat here. So,
Yeah, thanks for watching, BW.
yeah. So,
So, Crystal, if you're watching this, give us your English album and make a jump to the US because we believe in you.
yeah. I know she wants to tour here in the future, so hopefully she can do that.
Mm-hmm.
If she ever comes to Toronto or New York, you and I are getting tickets and we're going together.
Absolutely.
Calling this now.
I'm going to film your whole reaction.
I, I would be a mess. Like I watched a live performance she did at Anime Expo in
Yeah.
2018, and one of the songs that she did was Motherland, and
Yeah.
I'm like sitting there crying, like, do these people even know how lucky they are?
Aw,
Like,
that was the
oh my
day.
god, I'm like, okay, calm down, Matthew. You're okay.
um, so did you want to go more into detail on like what we were hoping for, like our dream track list that we discussed?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So, like we said earlier, we were hoping for a couple of Namie songs to be on there.
Mhm.
I know I mentioned "Taste the Chance" would be a really great song for her in terms of early Namie,
Mhm.
and then "Say the Word,"
Mhm.
which is just R&B pop perfection. It's my favorite Namie post TK song, and I think she would sound amazing on that. And then obviously Utada Hikaru, we were talking about. Uh, I was thinking she could give us a studio cover of her Deep River cover that she did. I
Mhm.
think I've sent you the live performance of it.
Yep.
She did an acoustic live for her 5th anniversary at HMV Japan, back when that was still a thing. I think they still are. I think HMV is still a thing in Japan, but
Mhm.
I don't know. But she did a cover of Deep River for that 5th anniversary acoustic performance, and it's my favorite cover she's ever done.
Oh
Her
yeah.
voice is perfect for Deep River.
Mhm.
Absolutely perfect. And then for me, I would love to see her do Kiss Me Goodbye because of the whole anime video game theme and how she absolutely really does great work with those kind of songs. And then another Angela Aki song that I would have liked to have seen was one of her most famous songs, Tegami,
Mhm.
Haikei no Kimie. And I feel like that's a song that she could really uh, kind of give. It's one of those nostalgic songs where it's like eternal memories in that way,
Mhm.
where it's one of those songs where, as a younger person, she might not have had the experience to properly convey the lyric, but listening to her do eternal memories now in 2020 2021 is just a treat. It's an absolute treat to listen to that song when
Yeah.
she does it live. And so I feel like in that way she could really do that song justice. And then we were talking about different Western artists. I know she did a cover of Human Nature by Michael Jackson. It would have been nice to have that as a
Mhm.
studio cover. We were talking Celine Dion, Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey. I think she would sound really great on a song like Fantasy or Vision of Love.
Mhm.
I think she would also sound really good on a song like Whitney's How Will I Know?
Oh yeah.
Or maybe Saving All My Love for You.
Yes.
She would sound really great on both of those. But yeah, that's kind of where I was hoping it would go. Didn't end up going that way, but
Mhm.
I'll take whatever we get, and I know on some basic surface level, I'm going to absolutely love this album when it comes out.
Yeah, of course.
So, what about you in terms of dream track list? And then we'll get to some comments because there's BW is coming through with some really great comments again, and then we will get to the Laughter in the Dark review. I promise it's
Yeah.
coming.
So from Utada, I was thinking Crystal would sound good on Hanatabo Kimi ni. Um,
Yeah,
but also Ketobase, because it's that like high energy, like screaming song that I thought Crystal would like really be
hmm
able to carry with her vocals. And then Kodakumi, I'm seeing in my DM now, I wrote one of her balls and I meant ballad. Oh Christ. No, I meant one of Kodakumi's ballads, like I know Uta or Moon crying.
yeah,
Um, and Namie, I said girl talk. I think you mentioned that one already. And then Kato Milia, I was hoping for one of my favorite songs by her, Reisei Tojo Natsu no Aida. And then Jasmine,
is that on the Loveland album? Reisei to Jonatsu no Aida? I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
That's a really great song. Yeah, that would sound really nice.
Mm-hmm. And Jasmine, I didn't really have a hope realistically that her or Amelia would be on the cover album, but if you know Jasmine's song Dreamin',
Mm-hmm.
it's just like
I've listened to all of Jasmine's albums because SMEJ finally put all of their stuff up, including Crystal and other artists. So yeah, I've definitely heard that song. She would sound great on that.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of comments I want to get here. Trying to be as responsive as we can. BW is saying the ethnic aspect is interesting, also because Utada didn't get Utada got poor marketing in the US with the Exodus album, which is absolutely true.
Yeah.
Even though that album has grown on me quite a bit since I first heard it. And it's a really solid album from her in terms of very experimental, but very solid. It says, it seemed like Asian artists in the US didn't get marketed in general, which agreed.
I totally agree.
Absolutely.
I can't even think of any that are like mainstream right now.
Yeah. He says, they say, sorry, I shouldn't assume it's a he or a she, but it says most recently we see artists like Janae Aiko, who I've heard of, and now we have K-pop artists with recognition in the US. Not going to get into the whole K-pop. No, that's not what this stream is about. Later, yes.
Yeah.
We can discuss that at a future time.
Mm-hmm.
Loved that Deep River cover. Yes, taste. That cover's amazing. Artist of the week in the chat is saying, "Let me join. I have words." Laughter in the dark made me cry.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that, honey.
BW is saying, "Yeah, I had some feels." So, yeah, I think on that note, we should kind of transition.
Yeah, that was a good transition.
Into the main part of this live stream, and that is the review of this lovely thing. Am I getting this in frame? I'm trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the Laughter in the Dark 2018 tour, and this is the special limited edition of the tour. You have to be very, very lucky to get this, and I think you have it too, right?
Oh, obviously. For
sure. We were both very lucky to get. I'm trying to keep this in frame. We were both very lucky to get this, but if you were not one of the lucky ones to get this, it is available globally on Netflix with English subtitles, which I think that was a first, a J-pop or Asian music concert going global like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it really could not have happened to a better artist than Utada Hikaru, in my opinion.
Yeah, so that was amazing. I kind of wonder sometimes, like, if she really had to push to get that sent out internationally and, like, show Netflix the numbers, you know? Like, here's my album sales records. Please publish this in all countries type of thing, but...
Yeah. And please, for the love of God, do not call me the Britney Spears of Japan. And if anyone... and if anyone remembers back when she was promoting This Is the One on the Today Show, the whole she's every bit as big as Britney in Japan. Mm-hmm. They are completely different artists. Love Britney, love her, but yeah, totally different.
Yeah.
Anyways, should we start with our little review?
Yeah, so apologies that this has taken 2 years.
I know.
That's my bad. I honestly, like, I think because I was following it so closely on Instagram as she was touring, I didn't feel super motivated to actually watch it on Netflix.
Yeah.
Because I felt like I had already seen most of the performance because I literally was stalking everyone on Instagram who was posting it.
Yeah. That's certainly fair.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen all of Utada Hikaru's concerts.
Yeah.
I've seen only 2 of them.
Oh.
So where I'm gonna start this off with a general question to
Mm-hmm.
the biggest Utada Hikaru fan on the planet. I'm the biggest Crystal Cave fan on the planet. You're the biggest Utada Hikaru fan on the planet. So I'm gonna pose this to you to start the review. Where does this rank, in your opinion, in terms of every single one of her concerts from Bohemian Summer, or as you called it way, way back when I first started watching you, the Firework Boob Tour? So where does this rank from Bohemian Summer to Wildlife in terms of her live performances?
It's so hard. Um, I think Utada United is still my favorite by her.
Yeah,
And probably just because uh, Ultra Blue was the album she was touring with that, and that's still my
yeah.
favorite album. So,
Hmm.
um, like vocally, performance wise, this one, Laughter in the Dark, might be her strongest one since her very first tour.
Hmm.
Um,
And it's certainly an improvement over the vocals in Wildlife.
yeah, and I don't even dislike Wildlife at all, but it was just such a like bittersweet moment, and it was so sad to say goodbye to her after that concert.
Yeah. See, that is one of that. Like I said, I've only seen 2 of her concerts, Wildlife and now Laughter in the Dark. But that is the reason why Wildlife is actually my favorite of the 2,
Oh.
because you could really sense that kind of finality. You
Mm-hmm.
felt that in every single lyric that she sang, and it was such an emotional and cathartic experience. Of course, I came into the J-pop fandom nearly 10 years ago, probably just after her hiatus.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't able to experience that as it was happening and, mourn that loss, as it were.
Yeah.
But watching that uh, all those years later, you can still feel that
Mm-hmm.
in the performance, and it's gut wrenching and bittersweet, but it's so beautiful. And BW is saying she came a long way vocally.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I think the 7-year hiatus, especially, did wonders for her vocally.
Yeah, I'm curious if she did any techniques specifically. I saw in the liner notes for I think the single she featured on with Nariaki Obukuro, Lonely One, that
Yep.
there's a vocal coach credited there for her. So I was curious, like, if she worked with vocal coaches to repair her vocal damage and actually rebuild her vocal strength, because I feel like
Yeah.
she has like a new um, resonance to her voice that she didn't really have in say like Ultra Blue
After
era. Yeah.
yeah, because it's interesting. Like obviously, Utada United 2006 is her best tour, in my opinion. I've seen clips of it, not the
Hmm.
whole thing, mind you, but uh, in my opinion, it is her best tour. And the fact that she damaged her voice uh, on that tour, and then had to wait for so long to actually start repairing it.
Hmm.
It's kind of amazing that her vocal quality didn't deteriorate more than it did.
Hmm.
because it's kind of like with IU and the hearing situation. I kind of compare Utada and her vocal situation to that, in the
Mm-hmm.
sense that IU was told to stop touring. She was told to take it a little bit easier, and she decided not to, and she damaged her hearing irreparably. And then Utada just damaged her voice, and I don't know if it was the powers that be in the Japanese music industry said, you know what, we're just gonna keep riding this as long as we can
Mm-hmm.
before she took her break, and then but yeah, I do feel there is some kind of correlation uh, to both of those scenarios.
Yeah. I wonder how IU is doing now with her hearing loss.
Yeah, I hope well,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
She's
Uh,
still touring a lot, so.
yeah, that's concerning, especially I come at this from the perspective of a hearing impaired person as well.
Mm-hmm.
My hearing is not perfect. I have a stronger right ear than I do a left. But as hard as it would be for me to stop touring so frequently, if it came down to either you stop or you lose your hearing, I would like to think I would make that choice
Mm.
to save my hearing. But yeah, it's a tough situation, and my heart goes out to her, and hopefully she can perform and release music for as long as she can before the inevitable happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so I think I think we answered. Oh, I don't think you did actually answer. Where does this rank? Laughter in the Dark.
Oh. um. I don't know. Maybe like third.
Third after Utada United, and what other tour would be what tour would be second?
I guess. I don't know. It's so hard to pick. Like I really love all of them for different reasons. Like I want to say that In the Flesh is one of my favorites too because I was there.
I knew you were gonna say that because you saw her live. I knew it.
But as far as like a flashy performance and like her vocal performance on In the Flesh, it's probably the lowest. So
Well, to be fair, she had to finance that entire tour herself because her US label was incompetent.
yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
uh, let's get started with the actual review.
Mm-hmm.
And the first track is Anata. And I have deliberately kept my notes short and succinct to give you a little bit more freedom to go off on tangents and really get into depth. So
I think mine aren't well. They're long on a couple songs, but they're mostly short. So, but we have time. I have time. I mean, if you have time, then we're good.
oh yeah, I have time, don't worry.
Yeah.
I have nothing but time these days, it seems. So
Yeah.
I think we all have nothing but time these days.
Yeah. So what did?
So
Sorry. Go
sorry, go
ahead.
ahead.
What did you think of Anata as the concert opener?
I thought it was interesting. I don't know if I would have necessarily uh, looked at the Hatsukoi and Phantom albums and said, okay, of all of the songs on here, Anata is going to be the one to open it.
Mm-hmm.
I probably would have chosen Play a Love Song or Michi just because that way you kind of get the crowd really into it from the get-go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very up-tempo, energetic songs.
And they're the album openers, so it would seem fitting that that's gonna open the concert too.
Exactly. So I was a little bit surprised, but I did like this.
Mm-hmm.
Utada kind of rises up with very little fanfare. There's a little bit of cheering. And if you see me looking down or around, I'm looking at my phone
Yeah,
where
no
all my
worries.
notes are.
Me too.
I'm just letting everyone know in the chat. So she rises up from the floor with very little fanfare. She's wearing this like floor-length black dress. Before I go any further, thoughts on the dress?
Yeah, it's actually a jumpsuit, so it's pants. They're
Oh,
just like really
it looks
wide
like
pants, so
it looks like one long dress. It doesn't look like a top or a jumper and then pants.
yeah.
So
It's like a one piece, but separated into pant legs with like the straps that go up.
okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, thoughts on the outfit as the opening outfit of the concert?
I really like it. It's very flashy, or not flashy, classy.
Yeah.
um, and like I actually watched this concert a few weeks ago with the Utada fan Discord.
Yeah?
Yeah, so we were talking about this how a lot of her live outfits, she looks like she's dressed like very modestly. But
But
then
there's still an element of sex appeal to them.
yeah, because then she turns around, she's like, "Here's my back," and the whole
Yeah.
back is cut out. So
Yeah.
that was the case.
Not since Namie debuted with the tattoos and the shorts and the tanks and the tube tops have we seen such style rebellion in Japan.
Well,
But
yeah,
yeah,
she's like,
so
she comes out like I dress modestly, and then she turns around, and she's like, "Actually, I'm naked back here." So she
but,
had the same sort of cutout in Wildlife, and
right, that's right. It's been a while
she
since I've watched Wildlife actually.
oh yeah,
Been a
the
while.
she had the same top from Wildlife, but in black during In the Flesh as well
Oh,
at
okay.
the London location.
Oh, right. I think you told me about that when we reviewed Wildlife back in the day.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah, now it's all coming back to me now.
yeah, just like the song.
Wait, Celine Dion reference.
um, so yeah, so you can see its pants in like a couple seconds during the concert where she like starts walking across the stage. You can see like their pant legs, but
Yeah,
yeah, we all thought it was a dress to
yeah.
start with.
BW is saying, I can listen to this talk all night. Thank you. Much appreciated. We'll be here all night, probably.
Yeah, strap in, I guess.
And then they said, had no idea that was pants.
Mm-hmm.
Same. She just schooled me. She just schooled me on that.
Now you're going to be watching for it next time.
Yeah. But
yeah.
let's go back to my notes here.
So
her voice. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, as far as a concert opener, I was surprised as well, but I thought it really, really worked as a concert opener, and especially since it's her song about her son and like her when she was pregnant, she said that was what made her come back to writing music and making the Phantom album. So I thought that was like really appropriate to start off like her new tour as well.
Yeah. See, this is why I'm glad I'm doing this live stream with you, because you know all of these little tidbits about Utada that I otherwise wouldn't know. So, yeah. BW had me laughing here for a sec. They said, you're missing all the action underneath the table. Hickey's outfits.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's a play on the whole modestly dressed but still kind of sexy attire. Mm-hmm. Great little reference there. So good job, BW. But yeah, I think her voice sounds really strong, really lovely. I loved the use of the lighting with the red and the pink, purple, and the blue. And you can tell she's really feeling the lyrics when she sings this, and mm-hmm. It's her song for her son. So obviously, like any mother singing a song to her child is going to have some level of emotional connection to it, and you feel that.
Yeah, I actually noted the same thing where I said you can feel her emotion and love for her song through her smile and animated use of the stage throughout the song.
Absolutely. And then we get into what I thought was going to be the opener of the concert, track 2,
Hmm.
which is Michi.
Hmm.
So I love what she does bring audiences into things where she like claps her hands like lightly over her head. It's so
Yeah.
cute. It's so cute. And what did I really liked how she did that. And then she has this kind of really simple but effective way of moving around the stage in this performance that I
Hmm.
really enjoyed. Uh, and you can tell just overall that she's really enjoying it. The concert's just starting, her energy's high, and that's translating in both her performance and the audience engagement. So, your thoughts on Michi, because you probably went a little bit more into detail on this than I did. So,
Not really, actually. So, um, I've always really liked this song, and I was happy it got included on the set list for this. And I was really impressed with her voice on this song, and that she didn't shy away from the high notes.
yeah, absolutely. And that's one thing I will say about the Wildlife concert. For as damaged as her voice was at certain points, she
Hmm.
never shied away from the high notes in a song like Blue or
Hmm.
any of her other songs. But getting back to Michi, I totally agree. Didn't dodge the high notes. She sounded fantastic.
Yeah, and I think it was important to her to include this song. Again, I'm just inferring and like making all kinds of assumptions about her, but she said she part of the reason why she wrote the song was to reassure her fans that she's doing okay after losing her mom.
Yeah,
And I felt like she
absolutely.
wanted to like present that to the fans as well.
Absolutely, because you have to think this is the first time that they've seen her uh, in 7 years, and
Hmm.
like you said, a lot happened to her. She got married. She had a son. She lost her mother very tragically.
Hmm.
So I absolutely agree. Uh, and it's interesting though because the grieving process is different for everyone, and it's a very personal thing. Uh, and for her to kind of show that off to her fans and to the world is so brave to me.
Hmm.
That's the only word I can think of that would adequately describe it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's so brave to put out uh, something so personal and painful
Hmm.
into the public eye like that. And it made for beautiful music.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then she has a little MC. I marked off all the little MCs too and what she said.
Hmm.
And she's welcoming everyone to the concert, and she's apologizing to them for keeping them waiting for as long as she did. And she asks that they all get fired up for today.
Hmm.
And then she moves into one of the fan favorite songs that she performs at, I think, basically every live she's done since it was released, Traveling.
Hmm.
The fans go crazy over this song, like
Yeah.
absolutely nuts. And I'm I was rewatching the I was doing like a final watch of the concert to like clean up all my notes and everything for the stream tonight. So I was up early this morning and into the afternoon doing that. And the lyrics to this song are so quirky and cute, and like I can see why the fans in Japan would certainly gravitate and adore this song so much. And she had so much energy. She seems to have a lot of energy, at least,
Hmm.
whenever she performs this song. It's like, look at me, I'm just having fun with this like cute song, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, fan
Uh,
favorite was the first note I wrote down about this song, and that she seems to be enjoying performing it.
Yeah. The audience, especially whenever she holds out her microphone just for them to sing the traveling part, they literally
Mm-hmm.
scream it
Yeah.
like back to her,
Yeah. I love when she does that.
and it is. I know, it's so cute. It's like, oh no, the fans haven't interacted yet. Let's have them scream traveling to back to me. Like,
Yeah.
it's a little thing, but it gets them into it, and it's cute. And I really can't say very much else about the song or the performance. It's a cute, fun, high energy little number.
Um, I wrote that she's super cute when she yells "Mina." I think it's like at the first
I
verse.
know,
that
right? Yeah, that was
means
so cute.
that means everyone in Japanese. So she's like, "Come on, everyone!"
Yeah, yeah.
and I wrote down the close-ups on her face were extremely sexy. I don't know what was going on when I wrote these notes.
When you wrote that, oh Lord.
I said the pink and blue lights on the set suited the song. The pink is especially reminiscent of the music video.
That's right, yeah. I haven't seen that music video in forever, but I do vaguely remember that.
Yeah, she's wearing like a whole like pinkish red outfit with like the pink short
Yeah,
pink wig.
I remember that, and I remember being like, "Wow, that's eye-catching." Like you gotta
Yeah.
think, 15-year-old me was just learning about all these artists for the first time.
Hmm.
And so when I discovered Utada, and that was like one of the first songs to come up in terms of searching her on YouTube, I'm like, "Oh wow, that's eye-catching."
Hmm.
And I felt the same way about Sakura Drops,
Yeah.
but that'll be for later. We can talk about that later
Yeah. Um,
because is that is on here.
yeah, it's coming up.
Uh,
I said the crowd was clapping along during the bridge, which added another emotion to the song. I unexpectedly got choked up. I felt the crowd's energy through the screen, and it made me imagine what it must have been like to be there.
oh yeah, absolutely. Like, and that's one of the things that I really like that uh, this was globally broadcast on Netflix because you allow people to kind of discover her and be able to understand with the subtitles and whatever. But you
Hmm.
can also really feel immersed in the concert, and they did a really good job of that.
Hmm.
And I mean it's the same if you watch it on Blu-ray or DVD in the limited edition. But for the majority of people who are going to watch this concert, if they haven't already, they're going to find it on Netflix and watch it. So
Yeah, and the subtitles are actually exclusive to Netflix.
that's right, they are. They don't have the subtitles on the. Which begs the question: why don't they have the subtitles on the limited edition if you're going to pay that much?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know, but
But
DW
yeah,
was saying traveling is timeless. Very fun song. Agreed.
yeah, I totally feel that way about all her songs. That they're completely timeless, like classic music.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
And then, do you have anything further to add on traveling? Or
No, well, I was just gonna say I cry so much through this concert. Like it is such an emotional experience.
yeah,
Um,
I can imagine. I felt the same way when I first watched Crystal's Vivid tour,
oh yeah.
hearing all of the songs off of Vivid
Hmm.
for the first time live, like especially a song like "Come Back to Me" or what was the other one? "Come Back to Me" and like Memory Box, and then the party song "Delicious Neck Kinyobi," and
Hmm.
there were so many emotions,
Hmm.
so many emotions. So I definitely understand that as being a fan. And then
BW says wow about the subtitle exclusivity. Yeah, I would guess like the Blu-ray like box set is just marketed towards Japan, so they wouldn't think to put English subtitles on it. Maybe.
maybe, yeah. But then again, they have to know that uh, certain foreign listeners of J-pop are gonna buy this too as a collector's
Mm-hmm.
item. So
Mm-hmm.
because we pester them all the time about making things available,
Yeah.
so they obviously probably had some idea. But uh, BW is saying I need to see that Vivid tour. Yes, I don't know if you can buy it anymore, but I was very very lucky to be
Mm-hmm.
able to get a physical copy of that. I did not think to bring it up. I probably should have. But
It used to be on YouTube, wasn't it? Like there was a pirated version on YouTube.
it used to be up on YouTube, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only one of her tours that was taken down, unfortunately.
Oh, dang it.
The 10th anniversary tour and the color change tour, which wasn't
Mm-hmm.
even released to DVD, which really pisses me off. Like, why record it if you're not going to release it, right?
Yeah, I know.
Makes no sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
But those two are still up there, so you can find those.
Mm-hmm.
Her 10th anniversary tour is incredible. I love watching that. Anyway, back to Utada Hikaru. The next track in the set list is Colors. What
Mm-hmm.
did you think of Colors?
Um, speaking of the subtitles, I was a little surprised by some of the lyric translation in the song and throughout the concert. So Utada said she actually wrote down all the translations herself for this show and the
I
MCs.
was wondering if that was the case. Yeah,
Yeah, she did. So for the first time, we're getting a lot of translations from the artist
directly from
directly.
the artist. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was a little bit surprised by some songs. I didn't write down exactly in the song what I was surprised by, but um, I enjoyed the mix they used for colors here
Mhm. So did
instrumentally.
I. Yeah. I really loved the lighting and the backdrop as well. I thought that was really really beautiful.
Hmm.
And then I just have here her voice sounds flawless, and I enjoyed her band's performance as well because they do cut to shots of the band, and they seem to be having a really great time performing these songs too.
Hmm.
Like, can you imagine getting picked to be like a musician for Utada Hikaru's tour? Like, no.
They probably have no idea going into it, like how big she actually is in Japan, because they were all Western artists that she brought with her.
Oh, right, right,
Hmm.
right.
Like they probably get into one of like the concert venues and they're like, "Holy shit!" You know.
Yeah, I can imagine. So,
It was the same band that she used to record Hatsukoi.
okay, that would
So
make sense considering that's the primary album that this is promoting.
yeah, so I was excited to see them. Actually, I was happy to see them on the tour as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, so yeah, do you want to move on to the next thing?
Okay, so I wrote down there's an MC before the next song,
Hmm.
and for those of you who uh, may not wanna like watch the concert and who maybe can't read the subtitles because at times they are a little bit difficult to read depending
Hmm.
on the cutting and editing of the concert. She says good evening to everyone and thanks everyone for coming from far and wide. She talks about her 20th anniversary since her debut, and I found it really kind of uh, and I'm sure this was intentional. This particular performance was recorded on the day that the automatic single came out, the 20th anniversary of
Hmm.
that,
Yeah.
which I'm sure was intentional. But
Hmm.
yeah, So she's talking about her 20th anniversary and how she's bashful
Mhm.
about all the attention that they're giving her, and how she's awkward being the star of the show, but how she'll take it for today and be happy. And
Mhm.
she says that she's happy to be able to spend the day like this, meaning performing for everyone. And she thanks everyone again. There's a well-deserved ovation. Utada asks them not to make her cry,
Yeah.
which was really cute
Yeah, I
right at the
bawled my eyes
beginning.
out.
She likens the concert to a school assembly, which I thought was really quirky and interesting. Uh, she she says that I and I wrote down that that's because there were no standing seats in this hall, or so there
Or
was.
it was
There
all
are no.
standing room.
Oh, they're all standing. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
got that mixed up in my notes. I apologize.
It's
Uh,
okay. No, I just remember that because we were talking about it during our watch party a few weeks ago with the Discord server, and like in a big venue, you would expect it to be like the graded seating, you
mhm.
know. But in this one where they recorded, it was all just like an open floor.
Yeah.
There's no seats.
Mhm. So sorry, that would mean there was no like seats. So it's like a school assembly where you just stand there, right?
Hmm.
Stand there awkwardly as the teachers or the principal or whoever drones on.
Yeah.
Uh, and what
But
else does
yeah,
she say here?
when I saw her getting emotional talking about her anniversary, and when everyone gives her the ovation, I just like bawled my eyes out. Like
Yeah,
every time during this concert I would see her holding back tears, it would make me cry really hard. And I don't know what it
I
is about seeing someone like trying really hard not to cry. It makes me like suddenly cry. And
yeah.
I do the same thing when I watch Kodakumi's concerts because she cries at all of her the endings of all her concerts. When she gets called back out for an encore, she's just like bawling her eyes out.
Aw.
And then I always
I've
just
only
start,
seen one Kotakumi concert, which was the
oh
Walk of My Life
no,
tour.
oh
I
no,
need to get more. I know.
you're
They're so
missing out.
expensive.
I know.
They're so expensive.
Yeah. Um, no,
Hmm.
no, I always cry at their live tours,
Yeah.
but
One of the only other thing that I wanted to mention was I find it really uh, amazing how she can go from being like the bashful, regular, everyday Hikaru, which she is in all of these MCs,
mhm,
and then right before she performs, it's like this like switch flips in her brain, and she
mhm,
becomes the superstar Utada Hikaru that we all know and love. There, and you can almost see that transformation in her. It's like very quick, but
yeah,
you can see it, and it's just amazing to me how she does that.
yeah. It's
I'm
like her
so
persona.
I'm so in awe.
It's her persona, entertainer persona. Namie Amuro has a really strong entertainer persona as well, but she's very, very shy, and that's why like after her first couple tours, she never did MCs.
And then when she did the MC in the finally tour, I lost it. That is when I cried, and
Aw.
she was smiling throughout that entire concert,
Mhm.
especially "Baby Don't Cry," which I
Aw.
found was ironic because
Yeah.
it's called "Baby Don't Cry," telling you
Mhm.
not to cry. It'll be all right. And there
Yeah.
are her fans literally bawling their eyes out, and I was one
Mhm.
of them watching that concert.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, that's another I find very like strong example of the entertainer persona where Namie is so confident on stage and she's very powerful with her choreography and using her voice, and then when it
Even though she did critical choreography quite a bit.
yeah, but I mean like to me she has like a strong performance presence on stage, but then she's too shy to just like speak casually into the mic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we can move on to the next song unless you have anything further to add.
No.
And this one is one of my personal favorites from the Heartstation album, Prisoner of Love.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way that this performance starts. I love the lighting. I love how it matches the beat of the song. It's like
Yeah.
perfect. I always find it so cool how they can do things like that. It,
Mm-hmm.
it just blows my mind every single time.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't know why, but whenever whenever things like that end up like working out, it's just like, oh my god, that's the most awesome thing ever. Anyway,
Yeah. The lights, the red lighting, like throbbing, really added to the drama of the song and the
oh
performance.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
like the way the song starts is like a little startling. It's like the two
Yeah,
deep notes. Dun dun.
just a bit, just a bit.
Yeah. I wrote in my notes I probably would have fainted if I were there. So
Yeah,
I actually didn't expect this song. I didn't expect really any Heartstation songs on this set list, but I really love this song. So
yeah. Like this is probably top three on the Heartstation album for me, along with Take Five and Fight the Blues.
oh yeah.
Those are my top three for sure.
Her voice on this song in particular sounded just like the recording. Like it is so strong
Oh
and
yeah,
spot on. It was amazing.
yeah, absolutely. It's like auto tune who production what
Yeah. Um,
literally.
and
Uh,
I don't know exactly what part, but I did know she dodged a high note near the end. But uh, the band,
I think she dodged the same note in Wildlife though. I have that in my
uh,
notes.
did she?
I think she dodged the same note in Wildlife because I think I know the one you're talking about. It's that one. It's not really high. Say you love me, and then it goes into that
Oh,
Sasanai,
oh,
like
you're
that.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, she dodged the same note in Wildlife. I noticed that too. So I don't know
Hmm.
if that's
Might just be a tricky spot to do live.
probably
Hmm.
that'd be my best guess, especially considering how she doesn't really tend to shy away from high notes, even when her voice was in uh, disrepair.
Hmm.
Like if Wildlife Utada can hit the high notes in Blue,
Yeah.
then Laughter in the Dark Utada should be able to hit this. But again, we're just speculating at this point.
Hmm.
Uh,
The band was killing it on this song. Earl Harbin is the drummer, and his drumming really stood out to me in this song.
I might have to rewatch it again to remember that. Like that's not something I have in my notes, but that's a very interesting observation. That's where your focus was at one point.
Hmm.
Because I unless they have like their own little solos during the band introduction, I normally find like the whole band performance to be enjoyable, but I don't really make a habit of focusing on each individual member when an artist is performing or whatever. You know what I mean?
Hmm. I guess I've been paying more attention to it because Utada herself said um, a while ago, like she was focusing more on adding drums into her songs, and like she was adding more classical instruments into her songs rather than relying on like all synth tracks.
Yeah,
Um, so it's kind of something I've noticed standing out a bit more in since Phantom
yeah,
that, and she started working with like Chris Dave, the American drummer, and
right, right.
kind of like how she utilizes how she's letting the drums into her songs as opposed to like her synth heavy songs.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything further to add on Prisoner of Love?
Nope.
So we are moving on to track 6, and that is Kiss and Cry. This is, I think, a deep cut off of Heart Station, right?
Yeah, I think it was a single though.
Was it?
Yeah, it had a music video and it was used
Okay.
on commercial for cup noodles, instant noodles.
Okay. So yeah, this was definitely a single. I keep thinking like "Prisoner of Love" and "Flavor of Life." Those are like the two Heart Station singles that I remember.
Hmm.
So yeah. Anyway, uh, my opening note with this is I cannot be the only one who thinks that part of this song sounds like Hotel Lobby.
Oh my god, no, we were talking about that also a few weeks ago, the Utada Discord, that she used the same sample.
Oh, is it the same sample?
Yeah, so you're
I
not
was
hearing things.
yeah, I was going I'm like, "Oh god, either she's like using the same sample or, this is just a special live arrangement for her or
No.
I'm like, why does this sound like Hotel Lobby? Like
Hmm.
especially when she doesn't listen to her best friend, she goes home like that.
Hmm.
I don't know why I'm singing so much tonight, but
Go for it. I said it was another unexpected addition because I wasn't expecting Heart Station tracks.
yeah, I was not expecting this Heart Station track. So
Hmm.
I knew she would probably have one or two more scattered throughout the track list uh, after uh, after Prisoner of Love, but I was not expecting it to be back to back. I was not expecting this song in particular. So this
Hmm.
was a nice little surprise. Uh, I love Hickey's attitude in this song,
Hmm.
and like her little hand gestures in this performance.
Yeah.
I love the backgrounds and the lighting, and even the editing really stood out to me
Oh yeah.
as something that really enhanced this performance and added to it. And then her runs and her ad libs,
Oh my god, yes.
perfect.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was something I really loved in this performance too, is her ad libbing, kind of like scatting, I guess, near the end. She's just really feeling it, and like I always have gotten the impression that she just loves to sing this song.
Yeah. I have a feeling that if her Japanese label would let her sing a lot of her English songs, she would do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Because I know for a fact that she did like
Hmm.
Devil Inside and You Make Me Want to Be a Man and all of that on Utada United, but we've never really heard any of those songs since. We haven't heard Come Back to Me, that has except in the flesh.
Yeah.
Except in the flesh. Don't I can see you about to correct me. Except for in the flesh on a Japanese tour, we have not
Yeah.
heard since Utada United any of her English stuff. So
Hmm.
no, this one crying like a child, no apple and cinnamon, no Exodus '04,
Yeah.
no what's that? Not
Easy
not the
breezy.
workout. God, not the workout. It's not. It's Hotel Lobby and is it
Tippy toe?
Tiptoe I'm thinking of? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Uh, before we move on, BW says I'm definitely watching the tour after this stream. Yes, you should. We recommend
Absolutely.
that wholeheartedly. Uh,
Yeah. When you said you were rewatching to prepare for our stream, I was like, that's a good idea, but I didn't want to because it's such a like emotional experience for me. I didn't want to like go through all of that and then like have to come on to the live stream and like not be
and
crying and like
yeah, I know.
um but yeah, so then she uh transitions into oh, one more note on Kiss and Cry.
Hmm.
She changed her original recording of Kiss and Cry when it got picked up by Nissan, the cup noodle company that used it as their theme song.
Okay.
Um, so there's a lyric in the song, when she's like describing all the people, like family members, like her, the dad uses the internet, like the
Yep,
mom is
yep, yep.
dieting, and then she had one where it's like the sister is wrist cutting,
Hmm.
and so she changed it to something in the album version, and then for this live she changed it back to her original and like included the wrist cutting lyric.
Oh wow. Like see
Yep.
that is something I would not have picked up on my own. But you pay attention to these things. So
And
love
like when the Discord members also are big
yeah.
Utada nerds, so like everyone is discussing it. So
Everyone picked
yeah,
up on that, yeah.
yeah.
We should totally review the Finally and Vivid tours or the CK10 tour
Mm-hmm.
so that I can be in the driver's seat with some of this stuff because
Yeah. Yeah,
I
you
mean
can.
I mean I love it I love it but it's like I want to have it like you know what I mean.
Yeah, teach me some crystal trivia.
I want to do all the trivia here.
So also on Kiss and Cry, she mixed in a little bit of "Can You Keep a Secret?"
Oh, did she?
Yeah,
I'm
there's
trying to
like
think of.
the bridge to Kiss and Cry. You start hearing "Hit it off like that, hit it off like that, oh
Oh,
baby."
right.
Yeah. But then we
BW is saying
a true
a
history.
true hikkipedia. I love
Yes.
that. She definitely earns her nickname, and we love her.
Yeah. Not to say I know everything. Like other Utada fans have certainly taught me a lot as well since starting YouTube.
Yeah. So I think before you had that note, we were going into Sakura Drops,
Yeah.
which is track 7, and this is one of my favorite Utada Hikaru songs of all time. It is
Oh yeah.
so amazing. And
I
I love whenever she performs this live. It's so awesome.
Yeah, I thought she did a really excellent performance this time. Considering it's a pretty difficult song to sing, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of her most challenging songs. I wrote that it has almost like a dark, hazy quality to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she says that there's a lyric in Sakura Drops where she says uh, that she wants to overcome the relentless pain in her heart
Mm-hmm.
and get closer to whatever person she's singing about. And in that lyric, I really felt that kind of desperation.
Mm.
Like, I want to get over all of this pain that I have, and I just want to be close to you. I'm like desperate and yearning for it. And you felt that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love
Uh,
I love her lyric in this song. How she's constantly getting her heart broken. She is always knocked out by the same punch.
right.
Um, I really sense this theme from her, especially lately, and through this tour and what she discussed about her music during this tour is like that's an overarching theme of her music and lyric writing is that she wants to just keep trying over and over again, no matter what happens. And she really has like this sense of hope, even through all the like depressing lyrics and even through
Yeah.
the heartbreak and her loss, that she finds like the silver lining, to use a cliche, but she finds a way to move on every day.
Yeah. Absolutely. I got that as well. And especially, again, considering the way that she lost her mother and how that impacted her very deeply. And then she also got divorced from, my God, his name is Francesco, right?
Yep.
Francesco?
Yeah.
She got divorced, I think either a year or so before or just before this tour. So that was probably pretty fresh in her mind as well when she's singing that song. Like, I get knocked out, like, all my relationships have failed,
Mm-hmm.
or I'm feeling a lot of grief over a loss or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And she's really adept at uh, again bringing the listener into that place of very private innermost thought and pain, for
Yeah.
sure. Also, I have here playing the keyboard and the synths yourself. Absolutely badass and iconic.
That was so cool.
I know. I'm like, oh god, it's gonna be like a long instrumental, and then she steps up to the keyboard and she starts like playing it and like messing around with the knobs on the top and like yes, I kind of compare that to like when she played the piano in what song was it in Wildlife? She played the piano. I think First Love, right?
Stay Gold.
Oh, was it Stay Gold? Okay.
It might have been a couple songs. I think
Might have been. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple that I'm thinking of, maybe. And then also that kind of reminded me of when she like adjusted her microphone herself, despite the person coming rushing out to try and help her in the Wildlife concert. I'm just like, no, I got this. I can do it on my own.
Yeah.
I'm like, you absolute queen. You have people to do that for you, and you do it yourself.
Yeah, she did that during In the Flesh as well. She like set up her little keyboard with like the mic to play herself.
Yeah. So, anything further on Sakura Drops?
Nope.
All right. So we then have another MC, our third MC of the concert.
Yeah.
There's a lot of MCs in this concert. I was kind of surprised how many were actually in this. But
I noticed that too. She talked quite a bit more than she has in the past.
Yeah. So she's asking, how many people are alone today. She has an exchange with an audience member. She jokes about her eyesight, about how she has terrible eyesight, but she can see everybody with contacts.
And
she says that she doesn't perform live often, but she's reflected on the importance of these occasions over the course of the tour because they allow her to see her fans. She tells the people on their own not to worry, to enjoy, and she also mentions that she's happy that no one's recording nonstop and or holding their phone in front of their faces. And she tells each audience member that they each have something special that makes the day memorable. And she even wishes a fan happy birthday, which I was jealous.
I was jealous, yeah.
So I can even imagine that. I can imagine you were about 10 times, 100 times as jealous as I was when she did that. And BW is just saying in the chat here, I'm happy she had a child. I recall that she had a tumor years ago, and it seemed like it might threaten that ability. At the same time, man, who knew that a bartender could have a chance with her?
Oh my god.
Yeah. And didn't he mention that in his like introductory post to her fans, where he's like, I bet you're wondering how a regular guy like me could have ended up with a superstar like Hikaru.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember him saying anything.
Because they had posted about how they were engaged, right?
Yeah.
And that was kind of his introduction, and she was telling people, not to seek out where the wedding was going to happen and to respect their privacy and all of that. Which it's a shame that she even had to say anything like that, but that's the reality of celebrity culture, I guess.
Yeah.
So where are we?
Yeah, thankfully it turned out it wasn't a cancerous tumor, it was just a cyst.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I knew you would probably know exactly what BW was talking about here, but but yeah, I wasn't sure. I'm like, oh my god, like it just raced through my head as I was reading that. Wait, she had a tumor? Oh my god. Like that's scary.
It was back when she was 18 also.
Okay. So that was a long time ago. So the next track is honestly one of the most overhyped, most overplayed she does this in every live, and I like it in every live, but my god, give it a rest, woman. And that is Hikari, or
Mhm.
light.
Mhm.
So I put in my notes here something very similar to what I just said. I actually do enjoy her live performances of this song much more than the studio recording. I love the live string section that features prominently in the
Mhm.
song. I think that was really fantastic. Her voice is flawless, and I really love her run at the end.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
the runs and the riffs and the ad libs.
There's a cat
Hello,
here.
kitty!
Get out of here. You always do this to me.
But yeah, like her runs and her riffs and her ad libs in this entire concert are mind blowing, awesome,
Mhm.
like amazing. And that's basically all I have for Hikari. So take it away.
Yeah, I noted the strings too, that the string arrangement was heavenly. And I thought it brought this new sense to the song, like a new feeling or meaning to it.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Also, good reference. Does she not have a song called Up in Heaven?
Oh, that's the remix of Automatic or Addicted to You.
Oh, is that a remix of those? I'd have to listen
Yeah.
to. It's been so long since I've listened to the Distance album.
Mhm.
Like so long.
Oh, really? Some
Yeah.
of some of some of my favorite songs are on Distance, but
Mm.
uh, yeah, same. Like I still really like this song, and I really like how she performs it, but um, I could live without her performing it again, and I wouldn't miss it.
Absolutely. I'm right there with you. I'm right
Yeah.
there with you, girl. BW is saying in the chat, my mom didn't realize that Hikari and Simple and Clean had different lyrics till she saw the concert.
Oh, really?
So I guess this person got their mom to watch an Utada Hikaru concert. Excellent.
That's fun.
We love that.
Yeah.
I got my dad to listen to one song on Wildlife because he's a huge Beatles fan, and she did a Beatles cover
Oh, yeah.
in the tour back then.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
he came in and he watched that with me, and he's like, "She's good. She's
Yeah.
good." And BW is clarifying it's "Addicted to You," the Up in Heaven remix. So thank you
Mhm.
for the clarification.
Yeah.
Uh, and then this next song is one of my. Sorry, do you have anything more to add?
No, go ahead.
So the next song on the set list is one of my personal favorites off the Phantom album for both personal and musical reasons,
Mhm.
and that is Tomodachi.
Mhm.
I remember there was a trend going around on J-pop Twitter where we would rate albums and do the least and whatever, and you gave me Phantom, and this was my most underrated track from Phantom.
Mhm.
Uh, and I love it so much. Hold on, I've got to unlock my screen here because it just
That keeps
kind of,
happening to me too.
yeah.
Um,
Uh, I so as someone who identifies as part of the LGBTQ community, this song definitely has some added meaning to me uh, because I can definitely relate to having a crush on the straight guy or the friend or
mhm.
so it meant a lot to me back in 2016. It means a lot to me now, and it's just a really, really fantastic song, production wise, vocally. It's so like epic and awesome, and I love it. And yeah, it's one of those few times where I felt truly seen in a song,
Oh, that's
for
so
sure.
sweet.
Uh, but for this performance, there is a dancer that joins her,
Mhm.
and the dancing is really enough for me to love this performance. I don't know what it is, but whenever like there's a live dancer, especially like a solo dancer just dancing to the lyrics or doing something interpretive, I just am so mesmerized by the grace and the beauty and the talent of the dancing. It's so
Mhm.
like fluid and and that doesn't just go for this performance, it goes for any dance performance I've ever seen. Like, I don't know how people move their bodies like that, but it's really impressive. So that was enough for me to really make it one of my favorites of this concert. I love the dancing, I love the song. It was great to hear it live. But like all of the instrumentals and the vocals and the lighting and the background, and it's honestly a song where I really enjoyed it and liked it on the album, but actually seeing it live made me love it so much more.
Well, I don't know if you saw this, but the first time we ever heard Tomodachi was her TV performance of it.
I remember that, but I never got a link to that performance that I could watch. It was always like region locked, or this video was not available in your region. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think
So
I can find it. I can send it to you. But
you are a saint. Thank you. Love you.
she performed it with Nariaki on TV.
Right.
So
Yeah, I remember that was a whole big thing because she never really does the live TV performances anymore.
yeah, they're very rare. But that I thought that performance was amazing. I kind of prefer that one to this one just because Nariaki was there. He has such a freaking incredible voice.
He really does. I was uh I was listening to his debut album recently, the
Mm-hmm.
one that Hickey executive produced and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was so impressed with his voice and everything.
Yeah, he's a genius, I think. But
Absolutely. He's like, I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, so please do not uh, flame me for this. But for me, he kind of gives me like a male Sheena Ringo vibe. That same
oh,
level of artistic integrity and just that level of geniusness, I guess.
mm-hmm.
That's not the most uh, voc. That's not the most correct word, I guess. I don't even know if that is a word, but it is now.
I guess yeah, I didn't think of it that way. That he is very artistic with his music, and but his voice is very like smooth and controlled. Um,
Yeah,
whereas Sheena just
and
like lets it go.
yeah, it's all over the place
Mm-hmm.
with Sheena, but I don't know why. Ever since I first heard his album, I'm just like, this is the male Sheena Ringo, except with a much smoother tone
Mm-hmm.
and a much more consistent tone, because it's like you've got that same kind of eccentric, kind of out there kind of production. Uh, Obviously, some of the deeper lyrics are there. A lot of Sheena's songs have a lot of meaning to them. So
Mm-hmm.
hopefully, no one uh, comes after me too hard for making the comparison. But
I wouldn't think
that's
so.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
BW is saying I had a difficult time explaining Hikaru's writing process and the direct translations wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming this is about the explaining
Hikari.
to their mother and Hikari, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry we missed that when we were talking about that, but uh, yeah. So that is where I stand on Tomodachi.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and you prefer the TV performance? Anything else that you have to add?
I really liked her expressiveness in this performance. Like she was kind of acting out the story of the song with the dancer.
Yeah, absolutely, and she does that a lot in the next song as well, where they actually
Yeah.
like link arms. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that very soon.
Yeah. So the dancer, if you guys want to follow her, she is Fuki Star on Instagram. Um, I believe, if I remember correctly, she also choreographed Utada's music video for Forevermore.
Yeah, that I was just gonna say that's in my notes for the MC number 4.
Oh, okay.
That that Hikaru introduces her dancer, the choreographer of the Forevermore video, and
Hmm.
says that she's become a dear friend since then, before thanking her for touring and all of that. She's asking the audience to acknowledge her, and then she turns to the dancer and says, "That's how awesome you are,"
Yeah,
which
because
is
the
which,
audience
which
is
is
cheering for her, and she gets so like shy and covers her
I
face.
know it's adorable.
Yeah.
And then she announces that the two of them will do another song together, which uh, I think we can move into the next track, right?
Hmm.
Which is Too Proud. And normally this song is featuring Jevin.
Hmm.
I think that's how you say it, right?
I I said it like Javon, but I don't actually know.
Javon or Jevin,
Hmm.
however you want to say it. Both ways sound correct or phonetic. So
We probably would have found
uh,
out if she had brought him on tour with her, like I freaking wanted her to.
I know. I was just gonna bring up. I know that you. When we talked about like the dream set list for Laughter in the Dark,
Hmm.
because we reviewed Wildlife so many years after the fact,
Yeah.
and Laughter in the Dark was just getting ready to drop. We're
Hmm.
like, oh God, if she brings Nariaki out for Tomodachi and Sheena out for Nishikon, which didn't even end up making the track list, which that annoyed me
I
so
know.
much because that is my favorite song off of Phantom.
Hmm.
That's the song I listen to most from that album.
Me too.
And I was so annoyed. And then like, oh, she'll bring out Jevin for Too Proud. Like we were thinking like, of course they're gonna come out and do this. Like, why would they not? You know?
Hmm.
But expectation versus reality strikes again.
Yeah.
Although I did enjoy the dancer for both of these performances.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Very, very talented yep, woman for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoy the dancing too. Like, I definitely wanted her to bring her featured artist along with her in this tour. And that's like the major bone I have to pick with her over this live is that you performed two of the songs, but you didn't bring up the artist to perform with
Yeah.
you. And
And I felt the same way that you do about Utada not bringing Jevin or Nariaki or Sheena out as I felt when Namie did Revolution during her Genic tour,
oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
didn't and I know that they recorded uh, a video, a performance of her and Crystal K doing the
Hmm.
song together. You sent that to me, and I remember flipping out. This was a couple years ago now, mind you, but I remember just absolutely flipping out. Like, oh my god, I never thought I'd actually get to see the two of them do it together. Like, oh my god, two of my top three Japanese artists together. Ah,
Hmm.
I was going a little bit nuts, but when that performance didn't end up making the cut for the live performance, I was so mad.
I know,
I'm
like
like,
what's the point?
you're gonna it's her song, you're
Hmm.
featured on it,
Hmm.
and you're not gonna bring out Crystal to do it? Like, oh my god.
Hmm.
That was the only time I had words for Nami World in the last 10 years since I've become a fan of hers.
Hmm.
Uh, it's like you give your very last ever feature of your career to an artist who absolutely idolized you. You
Hmm.
invite her out on tour for a date. You
Hmm.
record that, and yet you don't put it into the live release. What on earth are you doing?
Yeah, that's
I
too
was
bad.
so mad. But yeah, so I definitely understand your chagrin.
Yeah, and like Javon went to Japan right when this tour started. he posted on Instagram that he was doing like a mini tour in Japan. So I was like, cool. Like, obviously, this means he's going to appear on Utada's tour, like maybe on a couple dates.
Yeah.
And no, don't know why that happened. Like, what happened there? Did like something not work out with them, or did he go to Japan being like, hey, I'm here, I'm available for your tour, and it just like didn't work out? And then for Tomodachi, like, I don't know, I feel like she could have just told Nariaki to jump, and he would have said how high. So because they're already working together. So
exactly.
And then Sheena, someone spotted Sheena and her husband at one of the concert dates. So
oh like, my god!
Like, what are you doing? Like, get on the stage!
Why is this not a thing?
Yeah.
Missed opportunities, like the Crystal K cover album, missed opportunities. I think that's pretty much a theme of this live stream.
Yeah.
Us talking about all the missed opportunities of certain things.
So since...
And then, do you have anything further to add on what you had?
Yeah, I was just going to note that since Javon wasn't there to do his rap verse for Too Proud, then... wait, did we move on to Too Proud already? Officially or unofficially?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Okay, so since he wasn't there to do his rap verse, Hikki introduced an original Japanese rap that she did, which it was
that
cute.
Was so cool. I'm like, that was the other note that I had, was the rap. I don't remember it being in the song, but yes, so much yes. and it was really interesting to hear her rap, because that's not something that we've really ever heard her do before. We've heard Crystal rap with mixed results. She's rapped on some of the M-Flow songs that she's done, Love Don't Cry and Rewind especially. But then we also had the mixed result with the dreadful rap in Rule Your World.
Oh, yeah. Can you get down?
Moshi, this is Craven the Hama, Yabbing the Drama. Moshi, this is Craven the Hama, Yabbing the Drama, Kimi no Atawa no Naka. Let me show you what you're gonna do. Yeah, show me the Kurt Yamiti, tell me like Terry.
Go, Matthew. Go, Matthew.
Lucky, do you want to buy that ramen? I don't know the Japanese verse to that, but
I love how you knew that whole thing.
We're talking about Crystal K.
Yeah, we're talking about her again.
Kirakuni. Can't Be Stopped. Yes, iconic songs. Kirakuni and Can't Be Stopped. I'm so mad Kirakuni is not on Spotify, but Can't Be Stopped and Come On Babe are. Come On Babe I don't know if you know the song. Come On Babe is a deep cut from her debut album.
Okay.
And it's basically an 80s Janet Jackson-ish song that Crystal sings, and I love it. It is so good. And like so many of the songs on that album are fantastic. Obviously, you've got the singles, Eternal Memories, Teenage Universe Chewing Gum Baby, which weird ass song title.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's called that, what it means. No. Like, I don't know. But, and then we have, like, Komichi no Hana. That was another single. But then you have, like, the deep cuts. I remember talking to you the other day about Let's Suika de Robo. And how that song was about watermelon, of all things.
Yeah.
I had a good laugh when I finally was able to read a translation. And I'm like, it's about watermelon. Like, what in the world? This is my favorite song from that album, and I didn't know it was about watermelon.
I can't believe Kirakuni is not on Spotify. It's like one of her more popular songs. It's one of my favorite songs by her.
Oh, I know. Same here. And I'm like, now that I think about it, why on earth would you not debut with Kirakuni, a re-recorded version of Kirakuni, as opposed to Busy Doing Nothing? One of
Mm,
the biggest missed opportunities ever, because I think she forgot R&B is very popular still in the States.
yeah.
And that kind of song, yes, yes. Lots of English, a little bit of a Japanese flair would have been perfect.
Hmm.
Even, I don't know if you've heard the English version of Yo-Yo that she does on the Vivid tour,
Yep.
or not on the Vivid tour, but it's on the Vivid album.
Album. Yeah.
Even that would have been a really good song for her to debut with instead of,
Oh yeah.
oh god. Like, again, missed opportunities. Why? We don't know. Coral AOTW is saying Yo Yo. I love that track.
Yeah.
I
Most of the
prefer
songs on
I
Vivid are.
prefer it in English. But
Hmm.
I do enjoy the Japanese as well. And BW is saying hard to say acoustic version. She did that rap pretty well. Yeah, she normally does the rap whenever she performs Hard to Say, and it is amazing every single time. That song is iconic and it is a banger, and yes.
What album is that one off of?
Almost 17, her third album.
Oh, okay.
I sent you a link to that.
You're right.
I sent you a link to that song and Shooting Stardust and Let's
Hmm.
Suika the Robo and Rainy Blue Day.
Hmm.
I'll send those to you again after we're done here, but
Oh my gosh, get down. Sorry, my cat's being an asshole. Come.
it's okay.
um, I feel like I remember reviewing Vivid. There was like one rap on that album where I thought it kind of flopped.
The rap and What We Do, yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
That would have been another really good song for her to debut with too, because that is a
for
very
sure.
like attitude, very in your face, you know. I'm gonna go after what I want and, screw everyone else who has a problem with it. It's
Hmm.
basically like a really just kind of like in your face song, and I like, yeah. Coral AOTW is saying, so anyways, when are we gonna live? Uh, I don't know what that means. We are live. We're live on StreamYard, and this is broadcasting to YouTube, and
Do they mean
it'll be
live?
archived on Emily's channel. Not quite sure what you mean, but yeah. Uh, thanks for watching the stream for sure.
Oh, no. Okay, I got some tweets asking when you can be on the live. Well, we can arrange that.
Yeah,
Maybe not this time because we just got sidetracked like in the middle of Laughter in the Dark discussion.
yeah. And yet again, because we can never stay on topic when we live stream, the two of us, uh, yeah. Yes, Emily, you see me, I see you. Love that.
Yeah.
So I think we did you have anything further to add about Too Proud? Because that's where we were.
Nope. So next we got a video interlude.
The intermission, I call it in my notes here, yes. And I will say this. I've been to a lot of concerts in my life.
Hmm.
And while it was kind of annoying to have this on the Netflix version, I am glad it's here. Because when I was watching the performance to uh, like just double check my notes, I'm like, oh god, I forgot this interlude was as long as it was, and can it just be over so I can keep going through all the performance notes? But
So you
the
don't
first time I
enjoy
saw
it
it, I
very much.
definitely did enjoy it, and
Oh.
I'm glad that it's on there. I'm glad that it's on there overall, and it's
Hmm.
definitely a much more interesting intermission than what we normally have here in the West.
Hmm.
Something engaging and fun, as opposed to we'll be back to do more songs in a sec. Here's some music to listen to while you sit in your seats and wait. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, in this intermission, they're talking a lot about the title of the tour, how it kind of came about. And I know you must have some thoughts on this because you have been pretty vocal over the years that I've known you over over the fact that you really did not like this this tour title,
Yeah, I guess I appreciate it more.
or that you thought it could have been better.
Yeah, I think I kind of appreciate it more now that she sort of explained it a little bit in this interlude. I know she got the title from Nabokov,
Absolutely, yeah.
and which I appreciate, but like just looking at it from the title, like standing on its own, is it's kind of vague and cheesy.
Yeah, I remember you saying it reminded you of the Joker.
Yeah, like it
Like when
sounds
he
like a
laughs
Joker movie.
maniacally in the dark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
And then the
no,
other
go
the
ahead.
other sorry, the other thing I wanted to note about this intermission, and she notes it towards the end of the concert, is that she basically asked the comedian to do this on like 2 days' notice, and he stepped up and got this whole skit and
Hmm.
this whole script ready for her, and they just went out and did this, and so I thought that was really really interesting. I didn't realize it was that spur of the moment, but
Hmm.
I, I thought like that kind of allowed me to appreciate it a little bit more, hearing her say that towards the end than I did while I was just kind of annoyed over the fact something was cut into the concert while I was trying to double check my notes.
Yeah, well, I really appreciated having the subtitles at this part because when I saw it on Instagram before this came out, I was like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, this is where the subtitle exclusivity is very, very good.
Yeah, really appreciate that. And I thought it was sweet how they went into the theme that we talked about earlier, where Utada is kind of expressing this theme of hope through the title of the tour, and how she tries to tie that into a lot of her songs, where despite the hardships of life, she still manages to find hope and happiness every day.
Hmm. Yeah.
And then she breaks a bunch of wine bottles on his head.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm like, oh my god, I hope those are fake.
Yeah, I
Which
was wondering that too.
obviously they were.
Yeah, I was like, if they have like a prop bottle or something where it like breaks really easily, I was wondering if they had something like that and not like a real like thick glass of wine bottle that you have to
Yeah,
break really hard.
yeah, for sure.
Um,
Do you have anything to add about the intermission? Because I think I've covered all of my notes.
yeah, just if anyone's curious, I think my friend Momo let us know that the comedian is Naoki Matayoshi. I don't remember if that's in the subtitles or not, but yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Not gonna rewatch. Not gonna fast forward through like an hour and a half of concert footage to find that out.
Okay.
But so there we know his name. So if you want to follow him, I'm assuming he has some kind of social media. So
Hmm.
you can do that. And then the next song, the first song after the intermission, is Chikai,
Yeah.
which we see Utada illuminated by this like single spotlight, and she's changed into kind of the white and black outfit.
Hmm.
And one of the things I've said this before in this live, and I'll say it again here. I've always really appreciated in her performances how she could convey a lot of emotion with such minimal gestures,
Hmm.
and also how expressive her face is, which I'll get
Yeah.
into a little bit more later, but we touched on that earlier as well. So I definitely appreciate both of those. Uh, and I love the fact that this song. I've always loved the fact that this song has like dual meanings in English and Japanese.
Hmm.
Because normally with her other songs for like Kingdom Hearts, they have pretty similar translations and meanings, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Japanese version of Shikai and the English version, Don't Think Twice, kind of different, very different actually. And
Yeah.
I enjoyed that
Mm-hmm.
for sure. And the only other note that I had here was her breath control in this song is amazing in
Mm-hmm.
those faster parts. I was trying to sing along while I was listening to this song. Kitty cat
Get
again.
out of here.
But I was trying to sing along to this song watching the concert,
Mm-hmm.
and at those faster parts,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
like, I was
Super
getting out
difficult.
of breath. I'm like, oh my god, how on earth is she doing this?
Yeah. There's like that really fast part where she's like na.
Right.
I don't even know if she sings
Also,
in that part.
also that just sounds like the Batman theme, and I'm kind of here for that.
Yeah, I'm glad she performed the Japanese one. Not that she would have performed the English Don't Think Twice, but I don't think I've talked about this on my channel, but I do really prefer Chikai over Don't Think Twice.
Any specific reason why, or?
Yeah, so Don't Think Twice, the lyric writing comes across as a little bit half-assed, which I wouldn't blame her for, knowing the trouble she's gone through with Disney, and she doesn't play the games,
Square
so
Enix and
yeah. So
also while we're on that subject, I'm so sorry.
mhm.
If you're an Uchiha Hikaru fan watching the stream, and I'm assuming all of you are at this point, please stop asking her on Instagram Live whether she has played these games. Please.
Yeah.
End of
Stop.
PSA. Continue. I'm sorry.
It's fine. But yeah, so in Don't Think Twice, she simplified the lyrics a lot, and she kind of repeats Don't Think Twice like over and over and over and over in the chorus.
Mm-hmm.
And in the bridge especially, or like leading up to the bridge, she just says it like a lot, like don't think twice, don't think twice, don't think twice, like just escalating it. But in the Japanese song,
Yeah, baby,
she
don't think twice. Yeah.
yeah, so in the Japanese song, it's all just original lyrics.
Yeah.
So
The only thing I will say about the English song, playing devil's advocate here, because I like to do that sometimes,
go
is
ahead.
I really like the first verse of the English lyrics. That breath, should I
Yeah,
take a deep,
I do love that part as well.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why could that not be the whole entire song, and why did you have to make it so repetitive? God damn it!
I still don't hate it, but just I think like the other couple Kingdom Hearts songs, I think like the English and Japanese versions are kind of on par with each other as far as much as I like them. But then like
Mm-hmm.
Chikai and Don't Think Twice is like a major difference to me.
Yeah, for sure. I can totally see why you would prefer one over the other. Now that you've explained that, do you have
Yeah,
anything further to add on Chikai?
yeah. So I the dress she's wearing, the black and white dress, she does tend to wear like black and white pretty often, but I felt like it kind of had like some symbolism for duology, and like how I found there's kind of like
Light and darkness, almost.
the
Yeah.
light and dark themes that are in Kingdom Hearts, and she's also used for like some of her lyrics in the Kingdom Hearts theme songs. And going back to colors, she mentions the black and white chessboard in that song,
Right.
and
Mm-hmm.
it's even used as imagery in the Kingdom Hearts games, the black and white chessboard patterns. So
Oh, cool. I've actually
you've never played them?
I want to get a PS5 so bad so I can play Kingdom Hearts,
Yeah,
but I haven't yet. So
they're actually coming out on
hopefully I'll be
PC.
able to do that soon. That's next on my big.
They're coming out on.
they're putting it
Sorry.
out on PC.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. If they ever do like a mobile iOS port, I will literally spend all of my money. Like literally.
Yeah, I could like the graphics are so amazing on mobile games now that I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah, and this is completely unrelated, but a similar thing happened recently with the Ace Attorney games, which were some of my favorite games to play on my Nintendo DS growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally 12-year-old Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
I remember telling you broke the microphone on the Nintendo DS
Yeah.
because I was screaming objection so loud because they had this feature where you could either just press it and the voice actor would say it for you, or
Mm-hmm.
you could use the microphone and say it yourself, and it would like play back in the game your voice. And it was so cool, and I used that way too much, and I broke the mic.
Mm-hmm.
But those games too look so good on mobile, and playing them has been replaying them after so many years has been so nostalgic. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yeah. BW is saying agreed on the "Don't Think Twice" lyrics,
Mm-hmm.
and says you can also play the entire series on PS4 and Xbox One. Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know. Uh, so sorry, I interrupted you with
Oh, no
your
worries.
thoughts on Chikai. So if you have
Um,
anything further.
Not really. Like there was just one part where she first comes out of that stage.
Mm-hmm.
She's actually in like a peninsula where like she's right in the crowd and she like comes up with the lights around her.
Right, yeah.
Um, where the this is so geeky. The lighting looks exactly like a part in the Kingdom Hearts 1 intro or 2. I don't remember, but anyway. She's like looking down and like there's a upwards directional light on her.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Kingdom Hearts geeks will know what I'm talking about, maybe. I
Yes,
don't know.
they will. And hopefully I can become one soon myself.
Yeah, I hope you
Hopefully.
like the game when you
Yeah.
actually get to play it.
Mm-hmm. BW is saying, I'd love to play a puzzle game like Tetris. Funny choice considering Utada Hikaru is kind of like a master at Tetris, actually.
Yeah.
Right? So I'd love to play a puzzle game like Tetris, where the entire soundtrack is Utada Hikaru songs implemented into the gameplay. Yes, yes, so much yes.
Well,
And
you
I
can
think
get a
Emily,
there. I got a
you would
game.
agree on that.
I got a game not too long ago that's a Kingdom Hearts rhythm game, and
Mm-hmm.
it's the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack, and they included Utada songs in it, where you basically are playing as a character is like jumping to the beat of the songs while like attacking the Heartless. So there's that if you want to get that.
Oh my goodness, that sounds like Street Fighter, and I love that.
Yeah, probably a little more simplistic, but yeah.
BW says I'll look into that.
Yeah. What's it called? I can't remember.
You would know. This is the first time hearing of it.
Yeah. If you just Google Kingdom Hearts rhythm game, I'm sure it'll come up.
Mm-hmm. So, the next track on the album, so not the. I'm thinking we're doing an album review here. Jesus. The next track on the set list is Manatsu no Toriyame,
Mm-hmm.
which is another one of my favorite songs off of Phantom.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, Manatsu and Hanataba are back to back, and a lot of my notes for each of them apply.
Okay.
A lot of my notes for Manatsu applied to. Oh wait, yeah. Did you just adjust your lighting or something?
Something weird happened. Yeah, like an update popped up on my screen and it like blacked out the screen.
Oh, okay.
I think it's okay though. The stream didn't drop, so
Yeah. I'm like, oh my god, what happened? Is everything okay? Because with our history of technical issues, good God, help us.
Oh my god, I know. So far it seems fine though.
Yeah. So a lot of my notes that I have for Manatsu are basically carbon copies of things that I could say about Hanatapa as well in terms of their performance. So it really was a pleasure to kind of hear and see this song live. You can really see the desperation, and you can uh, hear it in her voice and in several close-ups throughout the song. You can see it in her face, like you said, there were points in this concert where she was genuinely holding back tears,
Mm-hmm.
and this I noticed was one of them, and all of that like sadness and desperation, because Manatsu is the more mournful and melancholy of the two
Mm-hmm.
lyrically, and
Yeah.
you can just I can just see in her face when she's performing this song that she's thinking of her mother, and she's trying not to lose it emotionally, and it's one of those things where I just want to I wanted to like reach through the screen and give her a hug or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that was that one. And then, like I said, a lot of what had to say about Manatsu applies to Hanataba as well. It's kind of a simplistic performance, in my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
but an effective one. And like with Manatsu, when you can hear like the sadness and the desperation in that song, you could hear like the hope, but also the sadness as well.
Mm-hmm.
In what is going on? Oh, there we go.
Oh, you froze for a
Back on the
second.
screen. Don't know what happened.
Oh god.
But you can hear that that hope, but also that sadness. And for me, this is the song that kind of perfectly encapsulates that kind of laughter in the dark title for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's finding hope in the shadows, and feeling sad, but still looking forward to the future, whatever that may
Mm-hmm.
bring for you.
Mm-hmm.
So in that way, in that way, I'm really glad that this was included, and definitely definitely relatable, I guess, would be
Mm-hmm.
a word that I would use in terms of the title of the tour. Uh, BW is saying it's called Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory.
Yes.
So for anyone who's interested, that's what the Kingdom Hearts game is called. And about Manatsu or Hanataba, they're saying that song made me hug my mom when I first heard it.
Aw.
Same, same. Like literally, I called my mom right after, and I was crying, and she's like, "What's
Oh my
wrong?"
god.
And I'm like, "It's just a song, but I just wanted to say hi and hear your voice." I'm like,
Mom, it's the J-pop.
yeah,
It's Utada again.
yeah. The master of melancholy strikes again.
Yeah. So I was a bit mad at her for how she ordered these things because she had the comedy skit and then was like, now I'm gonna kill you with
With
these
the emotion.
emotional, like heavy hitter songs.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
Like she should have done
But
Manatsu and Hanataba and then the
the,
comedy skit to like pick us back up
yeah,
again.
yeah.
Um, um, yeah, it's a really emotional segment, and definitely you can visibly see like the tears in her eyes. And for me, like Manatsu no Toriyame, I can't really get through that song without crying. Um, and like Hanataba, I totally understand like what you're talking about with the message of like hope and moving on, but it's such a like bittersweet sort of song, and it
Hmm.
she really with the lyrics and the melody and everything captured that feeling of um, like accepting her grief, but also trying to remember the good things about her mom, and the only thing she could give back to her mom at that point was her tear-colored bouquet.
I know. Like that metaphor is just brilliant and beautiful on so many levels.
Yeah.
She really is a master lyricist, and
Mm-hmm.
I know that's kind of what she was known for in like when she first started writing her own stuff, as opposed along with Ayumi Hamasaki and as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to Namie Amuro or uh, who I forget who the other big one at the time was, but there was one more that I might be thinking of.
Kodakumi.
Probably, yeah, because yeah, Kodakumi recently has started putting more effort into the songwriting process
Mm-hmm.
herself, but in the beginning of her career, definitely not so much.
Yeah.
Definitely not so much. And I know this is completely unrelated to Utada or Crystal or whatever, but I did have to mention it because you brought up Kodakumi. Uh, one of the songs on the Bon Voyage album,
Mm-hmm.
Touchdown,
Mm-hmm.
is actually a song that was recorded by one of my favorite artists of all time, who I've met twice, JoJo.
Oh my
The
god, yeah.
and that was supposed to be for the her third album, but
Mm-hmm.
she was signed to Aaliyah's record label for a number of years, and they went defunct, and they wouldn't release her from the contract, and she turned in like several incarnations of an album, and Touchdown was on it at
Mm-hmm.
one point. And
Wow.
then I guess because her album got shelved while she was still
Mm-hmm.
with Blackground, which is the actual name of the record label, I think, right?
Yeah.
Uh, I think she just said, there's this artist from Japan who maybe wants to have it, and okay, let her have it. But I just found it so cool when I was listening to Bon Voyage and going through the liner notes, and all of a sudden I see Joanna Levesque.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I just about lost my shit. I'm like, yes.
Now I'm trying to
I'm like,
picture JoJo
yes.
singing it.
Oh, I know. Like it was so. I can't even picture it honestly.
Yeah.
But it if you look at the English translation for the lyrics,
Mm-hmm.
that's definitely the kind of like hypersexualized song that she was really into at the time. Like she did a cover of Drake's Marvin's Room, which is really fantastic. She did a
Okay.
song called Demonstrate, which was
Mm-hmm.
amazing. But yeah, so she's really into like those like female empowerment, love yourself, love your body, don't apologize for expressing your sexuality kind of songs. And
Mm-hmm.
I love her, and she is like the sweetest human being ever.
Yeah.
Like, I cannot believe I've met her twice. But yeah, that's my interesting little trivia tidbit correlation thing, even though it's completely unrelated to what we were talking about.
No, it's really interesting. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so where are we? Uh, do you
At
have
the
anything
end.
more to add about Hanataba?
Um, no, I just thought it was interesting that she bows before heading back to the main
Keep
stage.
cutting. Ah!
Am I cutting out? How's it now?
Yeah, we're good. I think we're
Okay.
good.
Okay. So yeah, did I cut out
So
while I
you
was
thought it was
talking?
interesting.
Yeah, that she
Yeah,
bowed
you did.
before heading back to the main stage after Hanatabo Kimi.
Yeah. hmm I thought that was a really interesting kind of artistic concert choice. And it's the
Yeah.
kind of thing that she could only ever do live, because in the studio you're basically in the box, right? So
Yeah, I wonder if she did it to show respect for her fans.
you froze again. Are you?
Oh, really?
Okay, try it now.
How's it now?
That's a
It,
possibility. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not like Utada normally does like what a Kodakumi would do in a live performance, where she actually brings the fan up every tour
yeah.
or every performance. So that to me is kind of her way of doing what everyone else already does. You know what I mean?
That
And
just
it's
maybe.
and it's something so uniquely her too. I'm just gonna stand in the middle of the crowd and have them part around me like the Red Sea, and that'll be the fan interaction moment of the entire tour.
Yeah. That your comment about Kodakumi just made me picture Utada like bringing a fan up on stage and sitting on their lap like how Kodakumi does.
Oh my god, I can't picture that. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but like, I can just imagine like you're gonna have a dream tonight about that happening. Like she's calling you up on stage, and you're gonna be crying. And
I would be
I
like,
can see it now.
woo!
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
So, anything else on? Yeah, absolutely. Anything else on Hanataba or?
No.
Alrighty. So the 14th track, only six more, guys. Six more, and we're 2 hours and 38 minutes into this. The 14th track is Forevermore. And I don't know about you, but I love the purple lighting and the purple background. I love the urgency of the live strings in this performance, and her voice sounds impeccable, which I have to give her credit for. Her voice sounds so good throughout this entire concert, all
Yeah.
the way through, all the way through. I love, how she moves around the stage, and like I said, her little performance gestures, and how she can convey so much emotion in the song with just the simplest of gestures. Like whenever I sing or like perform anything, I always struggle with what to do with my hands. Like I never know what to do
Yeah.
if I'm singing something with my hands.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that she can just like do that, I'm like, teach me your ways.
She was
Literally.
doing this a lot as she
Yeah.
sang. Like I saw at the time of the tour that a lot of Japanese fans were using that emoji, the like
Yeah.
okay emoji.
Uh-huh. Yeah. But and I also kind of love the whole like jazzy, brassy, but kind of also classical feel of this performance. I think it is really good. Really good. And that's all that I have, so
Yeah, I said she seemed to be enjoying performing this song, and she seems to like it more than I do because I never really warmed up to this song. I like it, but it's just not among my favorites. But I still expected it to be on this tour. But I did
yeah.
really enjoy. She did kind of like a swaying dance to the song,
Hmm.
and she had another like scatting ad lib moment near the end, which I really liked.
Oh, right, right, right. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything further?
No,
So we're moving into the fifth MC. My God, how many MCs are in here?
I know.
Six. There's six of them. I just scrolled down and counted.
hmm
So the fifth MC is basically Utada thanking the audience. She talks about her accomplishment of being in the industry 20 years, which I got to give credit to both Crystal and Utada. Over 20 years. Still amazing. Love them both. Massive kudos. That's a huge accomplishment.
And it's IU's 20th year this year, I think.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That'd be about right, because IU and Crystal debuted around the same time, and also Hikaru, but you know what I mean.
And Kotokumi's 20th was last year, I think.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So those are all our hags.
Anyway, she talks about like adulthood being around the age of 20. She talks about how a shrine gets demolished and rebuilt every 20 years. Apparently, that's something that happens in Japan. I didn't know, but that was really fascinating. That was really fascinating.
It's just that one particular shrine, I think, that they do that.
Nonetheless, that was really fascinating, because that was not something that I would have been aware of. So I really liked that little tidbit of trivia. She says 20 years is like a strange milestone, and that she's amazed at her fame. And I always get the feeling with Utada that, you know, she never, ever, ever expected to get as big as she did. And then she was just kind of swept along through this like gigantic wave. And it was like almost at the end of the like Heart Station, like towards the end of the first part of her career, she was just kind of getting burned out, and she was just, I need to take a break, right? But you know, it's interesting, because especially with music, a lot of artists I've found have said, you know, I never really expected to get this big. And especially in her case, as a like 15-year-old, 16-year-old, making the best-selling album in Japanese history, that stood for over a record that stood for over 20 years, and that will never be equaled ever. Like, I can't even imagine how overnight that must have been for her. My God.
Yeah, and like it just probably didn't feel real, because she still went to high school and everything like a regular teenager at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, my God, how do you manage that? Because you are the biggest star in Japan, without question.
And like she grew up already in the recording studios, so for her to like finally put out an album, I think was just like a natural part of her coming to adulthood, I guess. And like, I don't know, it probably just didn't seem like it would be a big thing, because she was so used to being around recording artists and being and like singing and writing songs with her parents and stuff, and that
yeah, like I just couldn't even fathom that. It'd be like, oh my God, I woke up I went to bed last night, and I was a normal person, and then all of a sudden, you know, the song's out or the album's out, and oh my God, it's debuting at #1 everywhere, and like I can't even fathom that at that, especially at that age, because 16 is 16 is such an awkward age for anybody. I know when I was 15 or 16, I was not the most graceful human being.
I know, I was such a loser.
Yeah. BW was saying, I remember her saying that she saw herself being a scientist working in a lab during her meteoric rise, which is pretty accurate, I would think.
Yeah, I think that's actually what she thought of doing when she went to university for like one semester, that she wanted to be like a biologist.
All right, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my the laptop is getting low, and I forgot to bring the charging cord up here on power. So I'm gonna go grab that very quickly.
Okay.
And I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I completely
It's okay.
Enjoy this lovely view of my bedroom window.
I'll try to be entertaining by myself.
All right, thank you.
So yeah, I was saying that I believe she went to university for some kind of science. And then she later mentioned that in a This Is the One interview, that was probably the career she would have gone down if she didn't get into music, and that she would be some kind of researcher. I remember she also has mentioned before that she thought that she would be a novelist, and I would definitely be interested to see where she would go with that. I know she put out those 2 books earlier on in her career, 10 and Sen, but those were like biographical. So yeah, I definitely would be interested to see what she would come up with as a novelist, like for sure. I'm sure it would be in Japanese, but yeah, that would definitely be interesting. BW says, seeing her parents go through the instability of the music industry made her not want to be in the industry herself. She said they sold their car once. Yeah, I remember. I don't remember her. I don't think I knew about that, but I do remember her saying a couple times that her parents were always like lending money to people, and they always end up having money issues because of that. I remember also after her mother's passing that there was a lot of tabloids. I think Matthew's laptop died while he was gone. That were saying she had like gambling debts, and yeah. Columbia University, yeah, that's where she went, and then she ended up withdrawing because the paparazzi had followed her there, which is really unfortunate. Like back at that time, there wasn't really online classes so much, so yeah, I'm sure just as a young person too, she wanted to have the experience of going to university, which I can totally understand. But yeah, I don't know, like if you guys watch my Hatsukoi review, then I have this whole theory that like songwriting and making music is her actual first love. So I wonder if she still kind of feels that way, like if she kind of regrets like not going into a science field, or maybe she is working on a novel, or she has written some novels just kind of like, or short stories like privately that she hasn't really shared. Let me just see if Matthew is going to message me. Her novels would probably be depressing. Yeah. I don't know, like, I haven't really read Nabokov's novels other than Lolita. I don't think I even finished that. So I don't really know like the ones that the one that Laughter in the Dark was referencing. There was some information on it on Wikipedia or something, because I remember talking about it briefly in my review. Her mom came through JFK Airport NYC with something like $400,000 in cash, got detained. I mean, God. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to use the word crazy or anything, because I know her mom suffered really badly with the mental illness. But yeah. Oh, not to stray too far, but have you ever heard of Zoe and Eddie Nobuchika? I have. I actually am a fan of Nobuchika Eddie. Someone else who used to make YouTube reviews of Japanese albums did a review of hers, and that's how I got into her music. She recently made a comeback, and it was kind of like very like jazzy, more like classically influenced. But Zoe, I haven't heard of. But yeah, Nobuchika Eri was gone for quite a while, and I saw one of her videos in the comments. Someone mentioned that he had gone to like English class, or he was the teacher or something, and she was like one of his students, and that was like while she was not active in the music industry. But yeah, she's really talented. I definitely think she deserves a lot more recognition for her music. So I was a background singer for Gwen Stefani. She did a cover of Venus as a Boy by Björk. Cool. I'll have to look her up. I've never heard of her. Is the cover on YouTube, or like, is there anything on YouTube I could find by her? I find a lot of these artists who go by mononyms or like one single name, they're really hard to find on Spotify and stuff because there's like so many people with the same name now on there. Like if you're trying to find Jasmine, then you kind of have to like sift through like 50 other singers named Jasmine on Spotify. So I'll try looking up Zoe. My laptop's running so slow now. Venus as a Boy. She wasn't one of Gwen Stefani's Harajuku girls, was she? Oh, her cover's in Japanese. That's interesting. Most of the comments are in English too. Oh, where are her other songs? Like none of her other songs came up. They're just all like other Björk songs. Oh, she was one of the Harajuku girls. Huh. Well, I'm glad we could get some people in here tonight that are fans of both Crystal K and Utada Hikaru. I meant to ask Matthew this, but I saw some discussion a little while ago about Crystal K and like maybe how she's not trying super hard with her career now, or like I don't know, like it just seems like she's kind of complacent with her music, and she did like some stage plays and stuff. I always talked about how I really want her to be like a diva, like Celine Dion, Whitney Houston, and I really think she's like the only vocalist I've ever heard that could live up to Whitney Houston, Mariah Carey level vocals. Even like, and that's really saying something. Like, pretty much no one can match Whitney Houston, and I would say like Crystal K is probably the only one who could do it. No. I wonder if Matthew's going to come back. I have my messages open in case he lets me know he can't come back. Oh, get out of here, dude. So, BW, what are some other artists that you are into? Stop. Come here. Come here. Yes. Oh God, sorry. I don't know if any of you guys saw, but I, just for fun, just over a week ago, I photoshopped these eyeshadow palettes with the Utada theme, and then I made another one with the Ayumi Hamasaki theme, and it was really fun. And I was planning to do a Kodokumi one, but I ended up having to go to bed that night, obviously. But have you heard of Minmi? Yeah, I have heard of her. Mainly only through her collabs where she's been featured by Emplo. I haven't listened to much of her solo stuff, and Mika Nakashima definitely I know of, and I really like a couple of her songs. I've never really like sat down and listened to her albums, but I do have her Voice album, I believe. I have one of her albums. Pushim and Minmi are more dancehall and reggae. Come on. What are you doing? Don't show me your butthole. Ugh, demonetized. Oh, Matthew's on Twitter. One sec. Oh yeah, Shiki no Uta. I forgot that is by Minmi. Um, yeah, I love that song. What's funny about that song is that cat hair stuck to me now. I used to work um, for this guy, and I did like graphic design, web design for him, and then eventually he opened like a art gallery, and I worked in the art gallery with him as well. And he let me pick the music to put on in the gallery, and so I made this like mix CD, and Shiki no Uta was on there, and he was like, "Oh, is this your music?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Oh, this is really good music." He really liked it. I also had "Let Me Know" by Toa Te featuring Chara on that CD. I love that song. Oh, okay. I just gotta add Matthew. Yay!
Hey, I'm on my phone, so I've lost access to my notes, but I'll follow your lead for the rest of the stream. What happened was when I went down to get the power cord, it's all tangled up there because there's so many different cords for so many different things. Because that's my father's workspace right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time I got the power cord out, I went back up and the laptop had died.
Yeah, I saw the moment like you left the stream. I was like, the laptop died.
So yeah, I'll follow your lead on the rest of the tracks going
Okay, let's jump back into it. I ran out of things to talk about by myself after like 30 seconds.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Let me see what people have been saying here,
Mm.
and then we can jump in.
I was just asking BW what other artists they are listening to.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, Bjork cover.
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. She's an interesting artist for sure.
Mm-hmm.
CK's in another category when it comes to her vocal ability compared to the competition.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been over that. Absolutely. Mika Nakashima is another really good one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I wish Crystal had the same push as Utada. Girl,
Yeah.
same.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So, all right, where are we?
So then we were about to get into an MC. Maybe it was the MC where she was talking about. Oh yeah, it was the one where she was talking about the shrine.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, that was interesting. I didn't know that particular shrine rebuilt itself every 20 years as kind of like a symbol of rebirth,
Mm-hmm.
which was really fascinating. And like she thanks the fans, old and new, the ones who have waited, the ones who have just recently discovered her.
Mm-hmm.
And Lord, she's just so cute. Like my goodness, like
Yeah.
she's like so bashful and like nervous and shy. It's like I said earlier, she can go from that every woman everyday kind of person
Mm-hmm.
to the snap of the finger whenever she performs it's the most minute thing, but she transforms into the superstar, and it's just fantastic to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in the moments where you can actually see her like just get into the zone right before she starts to open her mouth.
Yeah. So the next song she performed was "First Love."
One of my actually, I think it was my first Japanese Utada song.
Oh yeah.
And I think I have to tell the story that I told, what is it now, 4 years ago, when we did our first ever live stream. Do you remember?
No, go ahead and tell it.
Okay. So I remember 2009. when This Is the One came out. And Come Back to Me was the single that was on the radio, and I had heard it on the radio. I did not know who Utada Hikaru was. I was about 3 or so years probably away from actually getting into J-pop. And I just remember thinking, oh, this is Mariah Carey's new song? Okay. I didn't know she was putting anything out. And just so the people in the comments don't roast me, I was 12. He was the only one that had a voice that sounded anywhere similar to that. And not knowing who Utada was, I think Mariah Carey was the logical conclusion to draw from that. And then after I'd gotten into J-pop and into Utada, I found out she had English works, and lo and behold, the first track of This Is the One, I'm like, I've heard this.
Yeah. It's such an interesting story because I feel like most people didn't get to know her through This Is the One or that era.
See, that's the thing. I didn't even know who, what, when, where I was listening to at that point. So, as far as I'm concerned, I came to know Utada as a Japanese artist. And then I happened to find out that she did English work. And then it was like, oh, this is her song? My bad. And I remember you asked me during that first ever live stream we did what made me think that it was a Mariah Carey song. And I remember saying to you, the way that they use their falsetto and in the bridge as well.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, especially like that, everything I ever did, heaven.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't confuse the two of them on an album now. I know who's singing on what track, period. But being the uneducated, barely 12-year-old kid that I was at the time, yeah.
I think a 12-year-old can be forgiven.
Yeah.
My boyfriend last year asked me, oh, Mariah Carey can actually sing? I was like, yeah. He's like 35. You didn't know this?
Yeah. Like, Mariah Carey, like, there's a reason that the vocal trinity of Western artists, in terms of female music artists, are Whitney Houston, Celine Dion, Mariah Carey. The woman can sing. Like, how he did not hear Vision of Love or what is the other song? Or Hero or Fantasy or Dream Lover or God, so many songs.
Yeah.
Like, if you hear any Mariah Carey song ever, you know the woman can sing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of hilarious that your boyfriend's like 30-something and he's asking you, wait, Mariah Carey can actually sing? Yes.
Yeah, I guess he's not into pop music, so.
Yeah. BW is saying you are forgiven. Thank you. Amazing that This Is the One was your first intro. I think we covered that it was accidental, but yes.
Yeah.
And then The Emancipation of Mimi had that style to a lot of the songs. Yes. From what I've heard of that album, it absolutely did. And my favorite Mariah Carey song, We Belong Together.
Yes. One of my favorite songs by her, too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's one of my karaoke songs.
Yeah. Is this angle better, like me looking down, or is this one better where you can...
Probably that one.
Okay, good. All right. So, yeah, that is my story about Mariah Carey, Utada Hikaru, First Love, blah, 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 blah. So.
All right. So, yeah. First Love was very atmospheric with the fog machine.
Yes.
I thought that was a nice touch.
Absolutely. Agreed. This is another one, though. I do have to say, I love this song. I love hearing her perform this song. But this is another one that she does at every single concert like Hikari, and I'm like, you're running out of ways to do this song different. Like
That's so mean.
in Wildlife, at least she played the piano for it herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of wish she did it again here. But that's directly from my notes. I remember writing that much. Should have played piano like in Wildlife.
Mm. I have made no secret that I don't really care for this song, and I understand like she basically has to perform this on every tour.
But it's still annoying.
Yeah, like I definitely would love for her not to ever perform it again for the rest of our lives because I'm just sick of it. But I felt like this performance was kind of extra special because it was the anniversary of her debut, and she did get a little bit emotional while performing it. I think because of the anniversary and because of everything that has transpired for her since then.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think any person ever could say that they were the same person 20 years ago as they are now.
Mm-hmm.
If they've even been around that long, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
So the amount of I agree with you. The amount of change that she has gone through over the last 2 decades and over 2 decades now, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And just the nostalgia of that song. I feel like, particularly in this performance, it must have hit her pretty hard.
Yeah.
And you can see that. Like, oh my God, this is like, you can see that almost, oh my God, this has been 20 years of my life
Mm-hmm.
that I've been doing this. And, you know, I finally have the experience, because I'm not saying that people who are 15, 16, like she was when she recorded the album and the
Mm-hmm.
song, can't have experienced their first love. And part of the reason that I love the song so much, besides it being a ballad, and I'm just an absolute sucker for ballads,
Yeah.
as you know,
Mm-hmm.
uh, I think part of it is that it did come off as very authentic. You know, when she says, you know, our last, and her lyricism especially too, at such a young age, like
Mm-hmm.
the first line of First Love is, our last kiss tasted like a cigarette, a sad and
Mm-hmm.
bitter fragrance.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know any 15, 16-year-old who was writing that well. Like,
Oh. Yeah.
period. Oh my God. Like, what?
Mm-hmm. We talked about it on the podcast that's coming up in a couple of days, actually. But Zach was talking to me about how Utada said that the lyrics for First Love and Automatic, she just made up completely. Like she'd never even been in love at that
Oh
point.
wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, I hate to bring her up again, but JoJo, because we brought her up. JoJo she had a huge song. She had a couple of huge songs in the early 2000s that I
Oh
remember
yeah.
very well.
Mm-hmm.
Leave, Get Out,
Mm-hmm.
and Too Little, Too Late.
Oh
And she's
yeah.
like, especially with Leave, I was 12 or 13 singing those songs.
Oh my
And
God.
I had never had a boyfriend. I'd never kissed anyone. Like, she volunteers this information in interviews all the time now.
Yeah.
And she's like, and one of the interviews that I saw when she was that she did, she's like, at first I hated the song. I thought it was garbage, and then it went #1 in America and just blew my mind. So I can definitely understand, you know, just making up those lyrics,
Mm-hmm.
but the way that she sings them in the recording, on whenever you listen to the First Love album, it doesn't come off as, oh, I've never experienced this and I'm just making this up. This is like deep,
Yeah.
passionate, like exciting first love, and
Mm-hmm.
you feel that in the lyric and in her vocal delivery. And you know, I think I'll always have a special place in my heart for the song. But I definitely agree, like, replace this with Deep River or
Mm-hmm.
Final Distance or something that you haven't performed in years, please.
I know. I just feel like the Japanese public like wouldn't let her live.
Mm-hmm.
If she left it out. So performing it back to back, she did Hatsukoi, which means first love in Japanese.
Which I kind of love that parallel
Mm-hmm.
in terms of, okay, we're singing 2 songs called First Love, except one of them's an English title and the other's Japanese. So.
Mm-hmm. And I noted that I really liked how she sang the backing vocals live this
Mm-hmm.
time.
Yeah. And that's one of those things where it's really extra and something that she just does, and then like, girl, you have background singers. Like
Yeah.
they're up on a pedestal. I don't know if you noticed that. I noticed it
Mm-mm.
a couple of times during the concert.
Oh
Like
wow.
they're up on a pedestal, and yet you're doing that yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love it. It's so extra, but it's like so her.
It's kind of like she's making sure that the emotion or like the meaning of the song is coming through her.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, Also, she did like a extended pause in the song.
Right. Yeah, that's one of the things that I had in my notes originally. I remember how I really liked that pause right before
Mm-hmm.
she went into the final stanza or section of the song. I thought that was really, really kind of effective because that entire room, you could feel it. Even just watching it on
Mm-hmm.
Netflix, went
Mm-hmm.
still. Like, absolutely still.
Yeah, it's really
And
dramatic.
then boom, right into the next part.
Mm-hmm. I wrote that the pause is actually quite scary because she made it continue on for just like that little bit too long that you start thinking like,
And it's like, oh
what the
god,
hell's going on?
like, oh god, is her mic okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are there technical issues? Which, again, every single live stream we've ever done seems to be plagued by technical issues.
Yes.
I'll make sure to grab that power cord next time.
Yeah. Well, it's also like we've been going for 3 hours, so it's bound to happen without the plug that the
Yeah,
laptop is gonna die.
3 hours, 17 minutes, 34 seconds.
Yeah, I think this is the longest live stream yet. A couple more songs to go.
Yeah, I think yeah, because we did the 1,000 subscriber party. That was pretty long.
Mm-hmm.
Our first live stream we did, I think, was like an hour and a half or an
Mm-hmm.
hour and 45 minutes. So this is by and large the longest that we've ever done.
Yeah. So then, well, I just thought that I really love that song. I think it's an incredible songwriting on her part and just very emotive.
Absolutely. Agreed.
A beautiful performance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I love how she kind of, because First Love, like you said, it's over 20 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that she was able to breathe new life and new meaning into a song with the same title is always just really fascinated me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So next was Play a Love Song.
Yes, and I think there was an MC before that when she's like, "This is going to be the last song of the regular."
Oh yeah.
The regular set list, and she was talking about how this song was. I remember this from my notes. Thank God. But she was talking about how this was the first song in a really long time that she actually went into just wanting to make a song that made her feel good.
Mm.
And I think that kind of like playful, relaxed kind of feeling comes through on the recording. I think that kind of comes through in the live performance as well. And overall, I love this song for whatever reason.
Oh yeah.
Like whenever Michi or Play a Love Song start anything off, it's like, yes, we're in this. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
But I am a little bit surprised, honestly. I will admit that this is so close to the end as opposed to being at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little bit surprised by that decision when I first watched the concert, when I watched it again this morning and this afternoon, because I had obviously had to take a break and actually sleep and make breakfast and do all of that.
Yeah.
And I was reading. I took breaks between the concert to read a book.
Mm-hmm.
and then I would like do a couple chapters of the book, and I would come back to the concert. But anyway, getting off topic here.
Yeah, so I really loved her vocals on this performance as well.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that over and over, but she seemed to enjoy performing Play a Love Song just as much as her old classics,
Yeah.
which I was really impressed by.
Yeah.
And I just loved it.
And I think, again, that has something to do with, the fact that she was saying in the MC, this is the first song that I've created in a really long time where I just felt like I wanted to make myself feel good, and hopefully, other people would feel good as a result of what I was feeling while making the song.
Yeah.
So like I said, I think that definitely translates, and that can definitely lead to a lot of the enthusiasm that you see from her that you noted.
Mm-hmm. And I was obsessed with the lights during this part.
Absolutely, yes.
I think they're purple and pink and blue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just really liked it.
They were so pretty. Like, everything about this concert was just top notch. Her voice was in top shape. Her lighting was spectacular. She sounded fantastic. Like, I don't know who the sound people were. She does mention them in like the live stream. So not the. We've been going too long way. in the MC that she does before the encore and stuff, right?
Yeah.
The last MC that she does, she introduces the band and she talks about, all of the sound people and the people behind the scenes and all of that. So I don't know who her sound people were. She doesn't mention them by name, but my God, did they make her sound fantastic.
Yeah.
And like lighting, stage presence, this had it all. Absolutely. And that's the thing that I struggled with in terms of, did I like this better than Wildlife, or did I like Wildlife better than this? And what ultimately pushed it over the edge for me in terms of preferring Wildlife, like I said, was that gravity and that emotion that you really felt in that performance. You knew she was going away, and you felt that. But I have to say, objectively speaking, that this is overall the better performance.
Yeah.
Across the entire spectrum. So there's that.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have to say on this. I don't know if you have anything further to add. Go ahead.
Nope. So next she came back out for an encore and she changed outfits into the concert t-shirt, which was very boring. All of her merch was very boring.
Yeah. Did you buy some of the Laughter in the Dark merch, or was it the Phantom merch? Because I know you have a shirt.
I have a Phantom shirt.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was Phantom or Laughter in the Dark, but I knew you had a shirt.
No, I didn't buy any Laughter in the Dark merch because it just was lackluster. Not worth the insane shipping price for me. So
I know. Like the ship, like, this is the thing that I think any Japanese music fan who actually buys this stuff will relate to, is the shipping is outrageous.
Yeah.
And especially because of the pandemic right now, the EMS shipping that I normally use for CD Japan and for HMV Japan and Yes Asia and all of that is suspended. So you're stuck having to pay customs fees through DHL or FedEx. And I'm like, and I'm not going to lie, when I placed the order for the I Sing album for CD Japan, I'm looking at the total and I'm like, oh my God, it's been 3 years since I've ordered J-pop that wasn't on eBay. And I forgot how expensive this could be. Oh God.
Yeah. It's painful sometimes. Do you always get charged customs from CD Japan? Like, I know I order from them a bit more often than you probably do, but I always get charged.
Yeah.
It's like I'm on a list.
The charge customs to this person list, yes.
Yeah.
It does seem like that, but I think if you choose like a less like secure shipping method,
Mhm.
then you're less likely to.
Mhm.
More things can kind of just slip through the cracks, as it were.
Mhm.
But if you use DHL, if you use FedEx, yeah, that's a courier. And my aunt is actually, she works in logistics.
Oh.
So she basically said and I asked her about this when I was like making my first order
Mhm.
from Japan. I said, do they always charge so much if you use a courier service? Because I would feel much more comfortable.
Mhm.
And she's like, yeah, if you use a courier service, Matthew, you are going to get charged up the yin yang in
Yeah.
customs. And
With
I do. I get charged at least $20 to $30 in
yeah.
customs every time I use DHL or FedEx.
Mine is always $35 to $37.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's like I just got over the pain of paying for like this package to ship, and now you're trying to deliver it for $37. Like,
I know. The only good thing about DHL is that their shipping is literally overnight. It is amazing.
yeah, and
It
they
is,
text you the second they pick up your package. They're like, "You owe us $35, bitch. Pay it online now."
yeah, I pay it online every time just so that they leave me alone and I don't have to answer the door, especially now.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
So yeah, that is our little
Yeah.
rant. Thank you about
Yeah.
buying Japanese CDs, Blu-rays, and the
Mhm.
painful realities of customs fees.
Mhm.
We'll be here all week. Thank you very
For Utada's CDs, I definitely don't mind like splashing out because it's very special to me, and like I definitely want to get it like the 2 day shipping. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm making like a really big order,
Mhm.
say over 10,000 yen,
Mhm.
I find the shipping isn't as bad. Like the customs isn't as bad. But if
Mhm.
you're just ordering one item, it is ridiculously insane.
Yeah.
Because like and to be fair, like if it wasn't Hickey or Crystal, I would not do it. I would not just
Mhm.
order one item.
Yeah.
But because it's Crystal or Hickey or whatever, then I'm much more amenable to the extra pain.
Yeah. They're worth it.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So Hiki comes back for her encore, and she starts off with Ore no Kanojo.
Okay. Little rant about this song before we begin.
Okay, go.
It is one of my least favorite songs on the Phantom album.
Yes, yes. I seriously get dragged so much for saying it's not my favorite song.
Yeah. BW is saying in the chat, shipping extortion.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's painful. Yeah,
Mhm.
but yeah, I remember so many people were like dragging you for this when you did your review of Phantom 4 years ago.
Mhm.
And I'm like, I don't like it either, but should I say anything? I mean, I love the whole idea of her doing like a jazzy, loungy, smoky kind of song.
Mhm.
I'm okay with the idea of it.
Mhm.
This just was not that song.
Mhm.
And we can't talk about this song, I don't think, without addressing the elephant in the room that is the lyrical perspective of this song and what exactly she means.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people ever since she posted that tweet, and you know exactly which one I'm talking about,
Mhm.
uh, they've speculated about her and her personal life,
Mhm.
and whether there was a lot of talk in the J-pop Twitter sphere about whether this song was personal to her or whether she was just doing one of her things like she did on hotel lobby or tippy
Yeah.
toe or whatever, where she just inhabited the perspective. So
Yeah, I was thinking about something along those lines this weekend. Like, what would happen if she actually came out of like lockdown with a girlfriend, like announced to everyone, like publicly, officially said she's bisexual or pansexual? Like, how would Japan react to that?
yeah, it would be interesting for sure, because uh, I know there's, I think, one prefecture in Japan that does allow same-sex marriage,
Hmm.
but I don't know if any other ones do at this point.
They, yeah, it's not nationally recognized, so it's not like a legal standing. But yeah, there are some places in Japan where you can have like a same-sex wedding or like officiated marriage. But
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, but that would be that to me, and I don't want to make assumptions about her personal life. I don't know her, anything like that.
Hmm.
So that's not what I'm trying to do. But to have someone of that stature potentially do something like that would be a massive step forward
Yeah.
for LGBTQ rights in Japan.
Hmm.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Or even just awareness, like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
Again, we should disclaim this. We are not claiming to know. We're making no assumptions. But we're just talking about we're talking about a hypothetical scenario,
yeah,
really,
theoretically.
theoretically.
Hmm. Um, so yeah, for Ore no Kanojo, I said I love the dark beginning, and she performed with an intensity for this song.
Yeah, I could see that. One of my other notes was that I do have somewhat more of an appreciation for this song having heard it live.
Okay, yeah,
A little bit.
I can see that.
But uh, I still don't like the song. I don't skip it when I listen to the album, but I'm like, I don't go into Phantom thinking, oh my god, Ore no Kanajo is like the best song ever.
Hmm.
And I cannot wait to listen to it.
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
I know. I do skip it a lot of the times.
Yeah, absolutely.
um, and then she did her band
Mm-hmm.
introductions.
Yeah,
So was that when the? Oh no, that's coming up. Never mind. Forget what I.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then the next song was Automatic,
Mm-hmm. Of course.
which I
Another
thought. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, another one that she performs at every single concert that I could honestly do without, but because
Yeah.
it was the 20th anniversary and this performance was being recorded literally on the 20th exact 20th anniversary of the song's release,
Hmm.
I did not mind it as much. And
Yeah.
I really liked what she said afterwards too in the MC before like the final song,
Hmm.
where she was talking about how Automatic never went number one because of the split formats, and how she was so exasperated by it, and how she and her friend, I can't remember if the friend was a guy or a girl, but
Hmm.
they went to the music store after school one
Hmm.
day and saw Automatic on the shelves, and she was like, "Oh my god, like it's out!" And
Yeah.
they were going into the listening booths, and
Hmm.
that's just a cool bit of history, because it kind of gives you an idea of what she was thinking and feeling and experiencing in that moment.
Yeah. BW saying it was a guy, her friend that.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't remember off the top of my head whether it was a guy or a girl. This friend of hers, and they also say Parody was a much more enjoyable jazzy song to me.
Hmm.
Agreed, agreed. Parody, I think, is on the Distance album, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Yeah.
I never really thought of it as that jazzy, but anyway.
Basically,
uh,
let's just put it at this: any jazz song that she does in the future, will be better than Ore no Kanajo.
Oh,
I
boy.
said it. It's done. So going back to automatic, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So basically, exactly what you said, where I could live without her performing it, but I understand why it has to be included, and I don't mind it as a song. I actually still listen to automatic once in a while, like a lot more than I would listen to First Love or Final Distance these days.
Interesting, yeah. Final Distance is just beautiful too. Like, my God, I was singing that earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, before we went live, I was like, just like going around the house, and I have this really like bad habit of like pacing when I get nervous.
Mm-hmm.
So I paced all throughout my house, and I was humming like I was humming Final Distance. I was humming Deep River. I was humming a whole bunch of her songs, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Yes, you can do this. Go.
Yeah, I pace too all the time. I thought she struggled a little bit with the vocals on this song, just compared to like the rest of the performances.
Mm-hmm. I could hear that.
I feel like when she performs this song live, she sings like it's automatic, but she kind of like screams it. I think because she's like shouting it along with the audience.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like the main thing that would detract from the vocals. But it's fine. Like if you're there in the concert, like you wouldn't notice that at all. Like you would just be in the moment.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like we'll have to travel to Japan together one of these days too, and just go to like all the J-pop diva concerts. And
I know it's so hard to line it up. Like I've been to Japan 3 times and I still have never gone to a concert in Japan.
Reiko was very lucky. She got to see Kodakumi when she went. I'm like, oh my God, lucky.
I had a chance to go to a Kodakumi concert while I was there in 2019, but it was like really out of the way, and I was like touring with my boyfriend and brother and friends, so I was like, I didn't want to like inconvenience them for the day, but yeah, I regret it.
Yeah, that'd be the kind of thing. And I know Crystal did an acoustic set, I think either right after you arrived or right after you left Japan, one of the times.
Oh, no way. Yeah.
And I'm like, and I was like, you should go. And she's like, and you're like it's starting the day after I leave or something. I'm like, oh my God, how unlucky.
Yeah.
Because in those acoustic performances, oftentimes afterwards you get to meet her, which I would literally just keel over.
If I did that without you, though, I'd feel so bad.
I know. but you would obviously, I think, tell her about me and everything like that. So I know you would. So
yeah.
If you ever get the chance to meet Crystal K or see her live without me, I'm giving you blanket permission now to do so while you're in Japan. And if I happen to be there with you, we can scream and cry and experience it together.
Yeah. I know Jasmine too, I was really hoping to see on my last trip, and she was like doing some touring here and there at the time, and just like the 2 weeks that I was there, she just happened to not have any live performances while I was there. It was like the week before and the week after she did live performances, but not while I was there.
That's so unlucky. Because Gold is still one of the best J-pop albums of all time.
Oh yeah.
Like, girl burst onto the scene with Sad to Say, and then just her musical consistency, even though she got dropped like a rock by, who was she with? Sony?
Yeah, I think so.
Even though she got dropped like a rock after Complex or Welcome to Jazz Vegas, I can't remember which. But they put out that True Love Best or Best Tears or whatever, that best album. I remember you own it.
Yeah.
Because you buy everything of Jasmine's. But yeah, I'm like, really? You're gonna let a girl that talented just go by the wayside? Go by the wayside. And while we're on the subject, I have to bring this up. what is Avex doing with Fakey? My God, it has been 7 years and they do not have a full-length album. And those
Yeah.
girls are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I love them.
They keep getting better, I feel, with each release.
Absolutely. I mean, I liked them when Tina and Diane were in the group
Mm-hmm.
originally, and then they left, and I really like Akina. I think she's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
And then Anna left,
Mm-hmm.
and I dare you to listen to 4 and not cry because it's so emotional and it's almost like they're saying goodbye to her. And then
Oh my
and
God.
then her lines in that song are almost like I'm going to be leaving you, so but I'll always remember you, and I'll always be cheering for you even though we're no longer together.
Oh my God, I didn't know that about the meaning of the song.
Because we had something so special. Because it
Mm-hmm.
go in that chorus it says Hitori Janai, because we are perfect as for Hana
Mm.
Hana Demo.
Oh my God.
Sunagaru believe in you. Itsumo soba ni kanjite iru kara. Closer to me and a clover for you. Kimi ni koon wo. Like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you actually like look at an English translation of the lyrics, they're very emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit ambiguous as to, whether or not that's actually like I'm leaving you goodbye, but that's how I choose to interpret it because how could you not? She literally left right after that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one of those situations where I'm just like, my God, these girls are so talented. Why are you doing this, Avex?
Yeah. At
Like,
least
why?
at least Avex admitted that they suck recently.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I should make a video about that, but
I think you should.
yeah.
But then again, I'm completely biased and I just love all your content and I will have anything
Ah,
for more. So
thanks.
like I told you in the beginning, 15-year-old me finding your channel was instrumental.
Yeah, sometimes I forget you're like 9 years younger than me or however many
I,
years.
I, I know. I remember saying to you at one point, we have so much in common that you wouldn't think just because of the age gap that we are as close and as similar as we are, but we really are.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you kind of have like not an old soul, but like a 30-year-old soul because you're like you've always been very mature like since I first started talking to you.
Oh, absolutely. And like I've always been much more comfortable around like an older person as
Mm-hmm.
opposed to someone my age because people my age back then were so judgmental.
Yeah.
Were so judgmental and it's like I was so different. I wasn't the popular jock. I wasn't musically talented at all. I was just kind of there, you know what I mean?
Mm.
And I had friends and I had acquaintances, but uh you know, it was just like I always felt like I was being taken seriously by an older person,
Mm-hmm.
whereas I never really got that uh, with anyone that's my age now or that uh, was my age back then.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely the old soul comment I've heard a lot over the years, and it definitely rings true.
Okay. Then she did one more MC.
Yes, that's the one
And
that's the one I was telling you about with the automatic story and going
oh yeah.
all of
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Right. I forgot to add in automatic there was a very cool guitar solo.
Yes, yes. I remember thinking I was watching it this afternoon and I'm just like, whoever's on the guitar is absolutely fantastic in
Yeah.
that song. Like holy, and that solo, my God.
His name was Ben Parker.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. I just don't know the names of these people.
Yeah.
BW is saying Hickey's music was instrumental in getting through tough times.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, Crystal is that one for me, but especially since I, have started diversifying my J-pop, J-music beyond Crystal K and Lark Seal, which were the first two that I really got into. It's
Mhm.
like any song that, I can connect with during a tough time really helps.
Mhm.
And music is just one of those things where it's so universal and it has that power.
Mhm.
So definitely agree with that for sure. Like there are times when I listen to like Deep River or something or Hanataba wo Kimi ni and I just sob my eyes out.
Mhm.
Not because because it's so emotional, and B, I just need to let out the emotions that I'm feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I always think of music as a universal language so that no
Mm-hmm.
matter what language the lyrics are in, the message always comes across, even if you don't understand the language of the lyrics.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, we got lucky because we became J music fans when anime was big, and they always subtitled the endings of anime.
Yeah.
So we kind of knew what was going on, and that's why I burst into tears the first time I ever heard Crystal K sing, and that's why I still burst into tears every single time, knowing what all of the lyrics to that song.
Mhm.
But yeah, for sure, it's definitely universal, and I've gotten a lot of people into J-pop. Just I'm like, don't focus on the lyrics right now, focus on how it sounds and what you feel,
Mhm.
and then you can look up the lyrics if there are any.
Mhm.
Because that way you're not like, oh, I should be feeling this, or this song is about this, so I should be feeling that way. Allow yourself to really find your own meaning in these things, and that's kind of what I did
Yeah.
initially.
Mhm.
So
I think that's what grabbed me about Utari Hikaru's music too, is that I always like related to it. I just love. Anyway, I've talked about it 100 times, but I remember years and years ago, like 13 or 14 years ago, my friend asked me for like some music recommendations, and she isn't really big into Japanese music. Like she likes a few um, J-pop songs, and she recently got into like BTS. But I
oh
recommended.
god.
I know I was like, please no, we're gonna be enemies. But
Okay,
I.
I will say this for BTS. Their music in the beginning,
Mhm.
from like 2012 to 2015, let's say, is really good.
I actually not familiar with it, like their songs at all.
Like their early stuff is really good. They were one of the first K-pop groups that I really like, got into
Mhm.
after I discovered J-pop, and I really like a lot of their older stuff. But I just listened to their newer stuff, and I'm like, really, this is what you get big with? Like, come on.
I
I'm
kind I kind of like their song they did with Halsey.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. My sister's a huge Halsey fan too. She
Mhm.
really likes Halsey. So, oh, I think Joseph is in the chat.
Yeah.
Hello.
JT.
Yep. So he's saying, what are you expecting from Utada's upcoming album? I promise we'll get to that.
Yeah, we have that on deck for the end of this
We have
stream.
we have that on deck, and he's
Yeah.
saying I only have a mild enjoyment of K-pop. Same.
Yeah, I like the really good quality stuff.
Yeah. So we're almost 4 hours into this.
Oh
You
my
want
god.
to? So sorry, Shane.
So let's jump to the last song, which is
Goodbye
Goodbye
Happiness.
Happiness. Yeah.
And this I found was a really interesting parallel because she opens Wildlife with this.
Hmm.
And the way that she sings it in Wildlife is like, I'm going to be leaving you soon, so let's enjoy the rest of this time that we have together. It's not long,
Hmm.
but hopefully I can entertain you and you can enjoy and you won't forget me.
Hmm.
And then in this song, it's kind of, I actually like the performance in Wildlife. a little bit better.
Oh yeah.
Again, just because it has that kind of emotional gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this performance, as proficient and professional as it is, it's very kind of just, oh, it's the end of the concert. I'll see you soon. Bye bye.
I I think like the performance on this concert was a little bit better than the wildlife one, just vocally.
Vocally, I'll hand that to you. But in terms of emotion and just like general, uh, like I will always concede if uh, a song is done better vocally in one performance versus another.
Mm-hmm.
But if the performance that has the weaker vocal has greater emotional resonance, then it becomes my favorite
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a very emotional person,
Yeah, me too.
and so that kind of emotion trumps any kind of technical thing for me. And then, like obviously in wildlife, I just went through why that was emotional.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
can see that.
yeah,
Um, I was shocked that she did end it on this song because it's kind of like I don't know, it just doesn't seem like an appropriate ending. And I didn't expect this particular song to be part of this show either.
hmm I feel like with a lot of songs from the single collection volume 2, of which this was a part, obviously it was the big single.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they probably should have been left in that era,
Mm-hmm.
like a wildlife era, except for Him Le More I Know Anthem, because we
Mm-hmm.
have not gotten a full version of that song where she does the French and the Japanese and
Mm-hmm.
all of that. So I really want to see that, but the rest of them I could kind of maybe sort of live without.
Yeah, I really do like this song, and I really enjoyed the way they used the stage. That was that video, if you remember, where it's like kind of like stars, like galactic, flying by in the background.
Goodbye
Like,
Happiness?
yeah,
We must have very different recollections of that because I remember her sitting in front of a computer with like sock puppets or something.
yeah, that's the music video. But I mean for this performance of Laughter in the Dark.
Okay. I was very
Sorry.
confused. I was very confused. I'm like, are you talking about the music video? And wait, what? I might have to go back and rewatch the music video now.
No, like the puppets came out during the performance. Like you can see them in the background. Like some of the band members take them out and stuff.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I was.
Um,
I'm sorry. I'm just. We've been at this for a while, so
yeah. um,
we started this at 8:30. It
oh
is
my
now
God.
12:15 in the morning.
I'm dying. But yeah, I thought like the performance was pretty glorious, though an unexpected song choice, and I still enjoyed
Absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
Um,
Question then. What would you have preferred as the ending? What would have been more satisfactory than this?
um, maybe any of her new songs that she has never performed, like new meaning off the last two albums.
Yeah.
Uh,
I'm trying to think. Did she perform the Mermaid song?
no.
No, she hasn't.
Mm-mm.
Not Koya no Okami because that's like my least favorite song off Phantom.
Oh, really? That was the first song that jumped to my mind, actually.
Yeah, like
What she could close with.
yeah, just no. I thought that was gonna be like a really serene, powerful song when I first listened to the album, and then it went into like this '80s direction, and it's not even like the good '80s, but it's like the bad '80s.
Whoa. I love it. I love the like bass in it, the 80s bass, like
But it's just I guess I guess the main reason why I don't is because I had all of these expectations, and I know if you watch your track list reveal for Phantom,
Mhm.
that's the song that you were probably I think if I'm remembering correctly that you were like most intrigued by. you thought it was gonna sound like very powerful and emotional and kind of spare and just like a really
Yeah. It
like
wasn't what I was expecting, but I still really like it.
yeah. That's the thing. Like I went in expecting it, and then it didn't happen, and I just don't like it.
I understand. Maybe Jinsei Saiko no Hi, The Best Day of My Life, might have been
Oh yeah,
a concert closer.
yeah. That would actually fit too because it's like this has been the best day of my life. Kind of like
Hmm.
how I wish Kodakumi would close with Walk of My Life one of these times.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that would be really that would have been a really good closer.
Hmm.
Like why does this have to be here? Like really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, so that's it. The end of
The live
Laughter in the
review.
Dark. Hmm.
That's the end of the tour. That's the end of our review portion. Let's try and keep this next part concise.
Yes.
I don't know if we'll manage, but let's talk expectations
Hmm.
for her forthcoming album, which she has said is coming.
Yep. She's working
So
on it.
I'll let you go first because I know you probably have a lot of thoughts, and I will probably agree with a good 75 to 95% of them. So,
Well, so we were talking about the two lead singles, and
Time and Daremo Iwanai.
yeah. So judging by what those sound like, they're very synth heavy. So that's kind of what I'm expecting for this album to maybe go in the direction of back to like her synth songwriting and maybe like a little bit more away from like the orchestra and stuff that she's been using on the past couple albums.
Yeah.
Which I like both.
Mm-hmm.
I really like her choices for synth tracks. And she also said that she is working on weaving in English more to this album. So I'm looking forward to what she does with that.
If she does a full English song after like what 12 years of was it 12
Mm-hmm.
years since this is the one?
Yep.
If she does a full English song, we will flip.
That'd be awesome.
We will flip.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's gonna be then the question's gonna be not have you played Kingdom Hearts? It's going to be are you ever going to release another English language album? Please God say yes.
Yeah, well, that's someone like some people asked that on her last Instagram live. That's how we like got this information on her upcoming album. So
Mm-hmm.
good job, guys. But even though she never answers my questions, it's okay. um, so yeah, I feel like her writing and artistry, she just keeps leveling up with each album that comes out. So I don't think it's unreasonable for me to expect like this next album I'll probably like even more than Hatsukoi.
Yeah, absolutely. 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 I kind when it's funny that you mentioned like the synth heavy, and I agree with you, but I also hear like kind of a fusion between like an early R&B and everything Deep River to present.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of see her blending those sounds in those songs, and I think she's finally mastered the balance between the two. And
Mm-hmm.
so that really excited me because I do like R&B songs, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
That's all Crystal did for like a number of years was like R&B.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously I really like those kind of songs, and if she finds a way to balance like the more Sakura drops mature experimental stuff with the past R&B stuff and the synth stuff, it's just going to be heaven to listen to this.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Absolutely, me too. So, I do you have anything further that you're expecting? Do you expect any guest features? What do you?
I think definitely there will be some features on there, judging by what we got with Phantom. We know Nariaki is working with her. He was credited on Darenimu Iwanai.
Okay.
I don't remember if he worked on Time as well in the production of that.
Also, that music video is trippy as like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I thought I remember clicking it for the first time, and then I'm like, my god, like, not in a bad way, but it's like, my god, there's so much going on. What is happening?
I was really impressed they did that with just filming in her living room.
I know that
I wasn't expecting it.
that's I think another reason that it just tripped me out, because it's like
Mm-hmm.
all of these like really sensational kind of kaleidoscopic visuals, and yet it's taking place in her living room.
Yeah.
What? So just have to get that out of my system, but I definitely do agree. Hopefully there will be some features. I don't know if the song that she did with Sheena is going to make it on the album, maybe as a bonus track. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It probably depends on what Sheena plans to do with the song, whether she plans to include that on her next album, whenever that will be.
Yeah.
Because Sheena has a habit of disappearing for a while and then coming back, and like 2 to 5 years at least between her albums. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if she'll let the song sit that long or if she's working on new music now. I don't know. But if that's not on Sheena's album, I'd like to see that as like a bonus track on Hickey's album for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, because I think that especially in Nishikon, their chemistry is just fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, some people I guess don't like the her voice, and I totally understand why.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's not for everyone, and I don't even like it in every single song.
No, I definitely don't.
But yeah, their chemistry is really good. So I'd like to see that if it's not on Sheena's next album, for it to be as like a bonus track. I would love if she did another song with Nariaki. I think that has a possibility of happening.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, if she and Crystal K ever did anything, manifesting this now, please let it
Yes.
happen.
Praying for it.
Please. That would be insane. And so much vocal talent. Oh my god. Uh, Joseph is saying in the chat, I'm hoping for new English material. We do know English is going to be on this album in some form, some shape, some way. We don't know if that's going to be full English songs plural, or if she's just going to sprinkle more English into the lyrics at some point. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But that more English is going to be on the album. Yeah, like I said, I think it's going to be an interesting mix between her old sound and her new. And like you said, she keeps getting better with every album. So I have very high hopes for this whenever it does drop.
Yeah.
I fully expect you to find out first when the actual release date and the title are, and for you to
Yeah.
DM me on Twitter.
I'm sure I will.
DM me on Twitter and be like, "Oh my god, we have a release date. This is not a drill, bro." Because I remember I did the same thing with Ice Thing. I'm like, we have a release date. We have a release date.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I think we should wrap it up here.
Yeah.
Clocking in at 4 hours and 3 minutes.
Yeah. BW is saying, thanks for your review and your acknowledgement during the stream. I haven't talked J-pop with anyone in 15 years.
Oh my god. Well,
wow. Okay. Well, we're happy to have you, and we were glad to have you as part of our stream. Thank you so much for all of your insight and your thoughts.
yeah, thanks so much for sticking around this whole time, and not to beg, but please subscribe if you haven't already, and we can talk about J-pop even more. And we have a whole J-pop community over on Twitter, if you're on there.
Yeah. And then Joseph is saying, I may go further and hope for a Rina Sawayama collab. Yes.
Yeah, I've been hoping
This
for that
needs
too.
to happen. Rina is queen. I don't know how that album did not get a Grammy, because it is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I played it literally every day for 3 weeks straight.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. I remember you posted a tweet too saying that you were annoyed that your phone tried to keep turning the music down.
Yeah.
Because you were trying to turn it up because you were listening to Sawayama for the third time that day.
Yeah.
Like, yes. Yes.
Yes. So thank you, JT, and everyone else who came out.
Yes.
Coral, Tammy, who was here in the beginning, Artist of the Week. Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. This is the first J-pop video I've done in a while.
Yeah, like 2 years or something.
Yeah, and don't worry, I do mostly talk about books and writing and stuff on my channel nowadays, but I do have a full J-pop collection video. Like I said, if I can get the technology to work, I'll be reviewing or reacting to the cover album from Crystal K. I'm sure I'll be doing a couple of other album reviews. There are a couple of other artists that not a lot of you guys know that I'm really looking forward to introducing you guys to if you're not familiar with them. So hopefully my technology issues work themselves out, and I'll be able to resume doing all the content in the future.
Yeah. Did you want to say the name of your channel? I don't think we said it at all this stream.
Sorry?
The name of your channel? I don't think we said it this stream at all.
Oh, sure. It's Matthew, all lowercase, Matthew _ reads and writes. It's the same name as my Instagram name. I don't know why I didn't capitalize it, but there you go.
It works. Okay. So that's it for today, guys. I will see you in the next video.
Bye-bye.
Make sure you subscribe to I'm So Popular on Spotify.
All right. Plug the podcast one more time. Here we go. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for all of this.
Yeah, my God. Okay.
This is long. I think you were saying to Shane that this was going to be 3 hours. It's an hour longer.
Yeah. Okay, bye.